begin?
That's good with me.
Yeah, Commissioner, if you, I might just make a couple of quick comments about logistics. Folks, we've done our level best for this meeting to publish our revised agenda. We've got some business to take care of for the land board based on the departure of our director. Um, we've got a whole bunch of staff joining us as co-hosts of the meeting this morning because some of us are a little nervous about continuity of the meeting being Zoom. And if there was ever a morning for a little extra grace, this is it. We really appreciate it. Got a lot of logistics going on. I am going to be representing the State Land Board in the SMART Act hearing this morning. But it starts this morning. And so Elliot's going to guide us through or help guide us through our agenda from the staff standpoint today. And we've moved our executive session to the end of the agenda. So we've got some other technical challenges to make that happen correctly. If no one has a particular need to have anything in exec first thing, we'll go ahead and start the webinar so that the public will have visibility and audio into the meeting right away. So just checking. Speak up if you thought we needed something first thing in exec, but I don't think we do. Hearing none, I'm going to click start webinar. The public will start filtering in and they'll have eyes and ears on us in the next 30 seconds.
Thank you, Nick.
We got 10 in the waiting room. Yeah, so they're starting to come in. We're ready to go.
Okay, great. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the January meeting of the Colorado State Land Board. And we have a full agenda and a lot of topics to discuss. So we look forward to hearing any comments from the public as well as proceeding efficiently through our agenda. And in that regard, we are moving our executive session to the end of the agenda to accommodate some remarks from the Director of Natural Resources, Dan Gibbs, in connection with the resignation of our Executive Director, Bill Ryan. So before we move into the full agenda, I'd like to do a roll call to make sure the commissioners are in attendance. Let's start with Commissioner Chavez,
I'm here.
Commissioner Clark,
Here.
Commissioner Heath,
Here.
Commissioner Scanlon,
Here.
and the chair is here, so we have a full complement. And now I'd love to welcome Dan Gibbs, Director of Natural Resources, to offer some remarks.
Great. Thank you so much, President Frobe. Can you all hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
You can probably tell I'm a little hoarse. I'm struggling with a little cold, so I'll try to be efficient, but great to see everyone. Hope you all had a wonderful and restful holiday season. I know it's busy for you all. It's definitely very busy for us at the Department of Natural Resources. As Nick mentioned, pretty much right after my remarks, we're still kind of preparing, but we have our SMART Act hearings at the state capitol upon adjournment. So my apologies, I won't be able to attend the full duration of this particular meeting today. But most importantly, I really want to share, really want to wish Director Bill Ryan well upon his departure at State Land Board. You know, under Bill's leadership, the agency has definitely grown, and we've seen some great innovation. And you know, he worked for the state for I believe about 14 years. So I really wish Bill well moving forward. And also want to share with you that really look forward to working with President Frobe as well as the other commissioners as we work together and collaborate on filling the director role for State Land Board. Deb and I have already, chatted, and I really appreciate, Deb, you also working with my Chief Operating Officer, Wendy Padilla, who's also here on this call as we work to collaborate on the process moving forward to fill Bill's position. I also want to give a really big thank you to Nick for stepping up to be acting director. Nick was a participant in our division directors retreat this year, and Nick, you added a lot of value, so I really appreciate that. And I know there's a lot to still get finalized in terms of the process moving forward to fill that director role, but I can assure you we'll work in collaboration with you all, and really looking forward to moving that forward, and very hopeful we'll have some really strong candidates. So this will be a national search, so you just never know who could be in Colorado or some other state. So with that, maybe Deb, let me just maybe turn it over to you now too on some of your thoughts on that before I give some more general DNR updates.
Great. And thank you very much, Director Gibbs. And welcome to Wendy Padilla as well. We have had some initial conversations, and I think we've been outlining a great, efficient and effective process. I have the pleasure of meeting with you in person for the first time, Director Gibbs, next week, and along with Wendy, so we can lock down sort of the rest of the process and share that with folks as it is finalized. So thank you all for your patience during this interim period while we give some good effort to a thoughtful process. And on top of Director Gibbs's remarks, I wanted to share just a little, maybe a personal perspective on Bill's departure in the State Land Board. I have a bit of a unique perspective in that it spans about 16 years from when I first pivoted into conservation and joined the Nature Conservancy in Colorado. I had the opportunity to start working closely with the State Land Board to enhance an already existing relationship as a lessee of some large ranches, the Bohart, the Brett Gray, and also then offer, with our team at the Conservancy, offer insights to the State Land Board around, siting of renewable energy, stewardship practices with mineral development, regenerative ag was, something we were just beginning to talk about. And so I had the opportunity to work like 2008 to 2010, work closely with the organization, the commissioners, and its leadership at the time. And so fast forward from 2010 to, I guess I was appointed, this is in 2022 to fill the natural resource seat. And coming back to this organization, it was really, and some of you have heard me say this, but I offer a genuine opinion that it was a stunning contrast to the organization that I had first engaged with back in 2008, 2010. The staff, the professionalism of the staff and its leadership with public meetings, with the operations of the organization were remarkable. The thing that really struck me was how this talented team of some who were there at the time of the staff and some who joined later, but that we had such a talented team that was committed to the mission in a very much more intentional way, it seemed to me, and we're all rowing in the same direction and collaborating across silos and bringing good ideas forward, integrating things like stewardship practices and implications across all the business lines. And then to encounter an organization that actually was organized in terms of business lines and proceeding to optimize revenue, think innovatively about what new opportunities there were, respond to developing and emerging, categories and sectors, pursuing with the Division of Natural Resources additional staffing. So bringing together really a team that was rowing in the same direction and towards all the multiple objectives that we have as an institution. So I just have to say that, I'm an outcome focused type of person, and to show up on the scene and see this really transformed organization and the effectiveness and the accomplishments it had done in the intervening years that I had not been able to participate was really striking. So I have to thank not only Director Ryan for his vision and guidance and leadership in developing the organization, but to all the staff who really are, I'm just wowed every day by how talented, knowledgeable, and creative you all are. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Back to you.
All right. Thanks so much. Great words for sure. Just want to share with you some other DNR updates. Last Wednesday was the kickoff of the 75th General Assembly. As you all know, this is really kicks off a really busy time of year where there's 120 days of just a lot of bills and a lot of discussions. And so we are busy working with our priority bills to try to get those through, but also analyzing what bills come up and potentially playing some defense at times. There's a whole lot of new members. There's actually 23 new legislators, and I have my little cheat sheet that has, their photos and kind of bios. So I've been busy kind of studying to get a better understanding of, who's now at the Capitol. And, it's like you blink and then there's a whole lot of new folks. When Christine Scanlon and I were there, as well as Josie Heath's husband, Raleigh. It seems like yesterday, but now you look and it's like all new faces. But everyone's working really hard to understand, the Capitol and get their bills through and so forth. So thinking of bills, we are running a variety of different bills this year. Just want to give you a heads up on this. We'll be running bills to strengthen wildlife trafficking prevention, as well as provide free state parks access to enrolled members of the Southern Ute and Ute-Mountain Ute tribes. We're also running bills to facilitate reclamation of abandoned mine waste piles, working on a bill to create a water supply forecasting and mapping program within the Water Conservation Board. Also working to a bill to improve the streamlined regulation of carbon management and geothermal, and implement a process improvements within the Division Water Resources. And then we have our two annual bills that we always have, the Water Projects Bill, as well as the Species Conservation Trust Fund Bill. Also in the governor's January 2nd budget, there was a legislative placeholder that included language on sports betting and tax deduction changes for water projects. So if this proposal moves forward, the intent would be to generate additional revenue for water plan implementation grants. And so we'll see what happens with that. I think many of you have probably met Daphne Gervais. If you haven't, I know she'd be happy to meet with any of you, but she's my legislative director. So she'll be, she's at the Capitol every day. She's, working very closely with legislators. But definitely reach out to her if you have any, specific questions on those bills. As noted, our SMART Act hearings are today. So we're going to be busy with those. Today is going to be the Joint Agriculture Committee. So, and then tomorrow will actually be the Joint Energy Committee. And so there'll be two definitely very long days, especially today, with a lot of discussions on probably wolves and Colorado River issues and so forth. A few federal updates I have. We are, let's see, we've been working closely with Parks and Wildlife and many other partners. In early December, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service announced its decision to not list the Rio Grande cutthroat trout under the Endangered Species Act. So that was a positive. Other federal planning processes that are ongoing, the U.S. Forest Service proposed listing, or U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service proposed listings of the Canada lynx, monarch butterfly, the sockeye, cuckoo, bumblebee, and then also the BLM is close to finalizing the record of decision for the Greater Sage Grouse Plan, as well as the recently released record of decision for the Western Solar Problematic EIS. We've also been following several federal pieces of legislation that have passed, in particular, the Explore Act, which passed during the 118th Congress. It was also signed by the president. This bill incorporates several bills, including the Forest Service Flexible Housing Partnership Act, the Biking Long Distance Trails Act, otherwise known as BOLT, Improving Access to Outdoor Recreation Coordination Act, the Stop the Spread of Invasive Species Mussels Act, and Simplifying the Outdoor Access for Recreation Act, known as the SOAR Act. And then also there were several water-related bills that passed in the 108th Congress as well and signed by President Biden, including the Water Resources Development Act, the Colorado River Salinity Control Fix Act, the Good Samaritan Remediation and Abandoned Hard Rock Mines Act. And that's actually really unique. It creates pilot projects around the United States. We're very hopeful that we'll get one or two pilot projects in Colorado. And then a big thank you to Senator Hickenlooper and his team for reauthorizing and keeping the same funding that we were really hoping to have for the Upper Colorado River and San Juan River Basin's endangered fish recovery programs. And those are, really important for the DNR. A couple of forestry related updates. Our Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program, that's housed within the DNR. We are now teaming up with Water Conservation Board's Wildfire Ready Watersheds program to look at landscape scale projects around Colorado to help fund. We've had 5 entities apply for these landscape projects. The landscape projects, just so you know, they're not like 1 or 2 acres. These are like 100,000 acre, projects normally. So quite large. And so we're really excited about this unique partnership. And the Wildfire Ready Watersheds program, just so you know, we work really closely with municipalities and counties to look through a lens, and if there was a fire in a community, what resources would be impacted, in particular with water resources. So we would look at modeling to see, where we need to set up, sand and catchment basins, and if there's like a huge amount of sediment debris that comes in that could really impact the water quality and quantity of a water system. But we do really extensive high tech analysis for communities. So it's really exciting that those two are partnering up. And then a couple energy related updates. In December, the Energy and Carbon Management Commission adopted rules to govern carbon sequestration wells. These rules will form the basis for the state's application for regulatory primacy for the US EPA. And then a couple of water updates. You may have read in the news that I'm sure maybe Commissioner Chavez may be familiar with this, but in December, the Republican River Compact Administration, which includes Colorado, Nebraska, and Kansas, voted to certify that Colorado met the 10,000 acre threshold. And that's a result of incredible work by farmers in the region within the Republican River Water Conservation District to retire those acres, to not use those for farming. The DNR team contributed $30 million in this effort, so it's been, really significant. And we're already on the way for meeting the next benchmark of 25,000 acres, and Water Conservation Board has allocated another $6 million to help get the rest of that underway. Colorado River issues continues to be in the news a lot. Right now, the Bureau of Reclamation is analyzing both the upper basin proposal as well as a lower basin proposal, and there's also environmental proposal as well. And at the end of the day, the Bureau of Reclamation, we need to have a path forward for the operations of Lake Powell and Lake Mead, and that needs to be done, no later than 2026. And so we've been operating under what's called the 07 guidelines, but we're inching towards this new benchmark of 2026, and the new agreements have to be in place, right before 2026. So we have about a year for the states, 7 basin states, to come together to figure out a plan, or else the feds will probably, come in and decide for us. So a lot going on with Colorado River issues, to say the least. And then, last but not least, last week we had really robust conversation at our Parks and Wildlife Commissioner hearings. A lot of it was focused on wolves. We received a petition signed by 26 various different agriculture-related organizations, really asking Parks and Wildlife to meet 7 items. And if they're not met, then they asked us to stop our reintroduction efforts. But the 7 items that were requested were develop a statewide range rider program, develop a depredation response operations team to address conflicts, address non-lethal conflict techniques, do site assessments for farmers and ranchers, make sure that we're defining what chronic depredation is, and collaboration with ranchers on carcass removal. And then last is develop a communication plan in consultation with local officials, communities, and producers. Parks and Wildlife met all those 7 items, and it's not like we check off a box. We're going to continue to work on all these items, which is really important. And as a result, the commissioners voted down the petition. So the program, still exists. We're not pausing it. In fact, last Saturday, Parks and Wildlife sent out a press release letting folks know that we are conducting operations for wolf reintroduction. We're working with British Columbia and working to get wolves from a very northern part of British Columbia. And this particular operation for wolf reintroduction will be ongoing for the next couple weeks. So with that, I know there's quite a lot of information. I was trying to talk less to save my voice a little bit. I hope you all understand, but happy to answer any questions. And also, I appreciate your understanding too that I'm going to pull Nick Massey, with me for these really important Smart Act hearings today.
Thank you very much, Director Ryan. That was a fulsome and pithy report. You got a lot out. I appreciate it. Lots to think about and progress in many ways.
Yeah, thank you.
So, being no questions for Director Gibbs, why don't we move on to seeing if there are comments about non-agenda items from the public listening in. I would note that we have received one comment, and I believe that there's a speaker associated with that comment who would like to have a few words with us during this during this comment period. So I'll turn it over to Nick maybe to promote anybody who's in the listening public who has some comments to make.
This is the part I forgot to rehearse with my folks. Anytime we get to public comment, if my team would say to the audience, if you'd like to make a comment to the board on any items that are not part of our agenda today, this is the time to do that. Use the raise hand button on your viewing screen, and we'll promote you to panelists so you can participate with the board directly. And it looks like we do have one hand raised, and Mr. Richard Williams. Mr. Williams is being promoted to panelist. And sir, shortly you'll be in charge of your mic and camera. Richard, when you're ready, we're happy to have your comments.
Oh, midako yapi. Lelan betuki lila wastero. Mia ma Lakota imachapi Rick Williams na Mia Oglala Nake Shaela. My name is Rick Williams. I'm an enrolled member of the Oglala Lakota tribe, and I'm also a Cheyenne descendant. And my question is involves the recommendation from the working group in 2023 regarding the sovereign nations tribes and the historic ties to the state of Colorado. And basically it was a recommendation to that the State Land Board work with the tribes and the Indian Commission to examine the state trust lands that were are transferred to the state by the federal government and have a compilation of the wealth that was built from those lands. And I'm curious if the status of this, and especially in light of some of the most recent work that we've seen where there's a question about the legality of transfers of a major portion, a significant portion of Colorado that was never ceded by treaty by the Northern Cheyennes and the Northern Arapahoes. And that's why we're trying to, and also, on behalf of the other tribes who were alienated from the state but did cede land that has been used by the land board. So just a question about that status. Is there something going to be scheduled to process that? And at some point in the future, if it was appropriate, I would love to give a presentation to the board about the status that we find of Indian land in Colorado. And Dan, good to see you. It's been a long time since I've seen you on the Outdoor Equity Board, but good to see you. And that's my comment.
Thank you very much, Richard, for your comment. And for bringing it to our attention too, this is a relatively new topic for me, having been here just in the last 2 years. Nick, I believe that there are some meetings scheduled between our staff and the staff in the DNR's office on this topic.
Yeah, Commissioner Frobe, I can jump in. Yes, that's correct. We are working together with staff at DNR on these topics, and we're meeting on it, and we will bring that information to the commissioners to brief you as we have more information, and then as it's appropriate, it can be brought up in a public meeting for full discussion.
Thank you. And Richard, thank you for your offer to brief us. And as we sort of track this progress, we'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the public who would like to offer a comment on a non-agenda item for today? Please raise your hand.
Depending on how brave my team is, you guys can always say this same thing. Commissioner, we do have an additional hand raised, and we'll promote Terry Bissonette to panelist to make comments. Process has been initiated, and it takes a couple seconds to process through. Terry, when you're ready, you're in control of your mic and camera. We're happy to have your comments.
Hello, my name is Terry Bissonette. I also work with Rick Williams and the People of the Sacred Land. I just wanted to ask when that information is made public, or if there's an update, if I could also be included, or wanted to ask, how do you notify the public when information like this is shared?
We've got a couple of different ways that we go about that for sure. When things come up during board meetings that are off agenda, sometimes we include a follow-up in our staff report because we've been asked to do that. All of our packets generally are published a week ahead of our meetings. Our meetings generally happen in I guess is roughly the third Wednesday or Thursday of the month. But certainly, having raised your hand individually, we're happy. We've got your contact info based on you registering for the meeting. We're happy to include you in some kind of follow-up that helps answer any questions you've got.
Okay, thank you. That was all. I just that one question. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Yes, thank you, Terry.
Okay, folks listening along, use the raise hand. You're not. Doesn't look like we have any additional hands, Commissioner.
Alrighty then. Why don't we move into our announcements? Assistant Director Hoyt, have you any announcements before we proceed with the business?
My announcement was going to be about the legislative session, but Director Gibbs did an excellent job of not only explaining that the General Assembly is meeting, but the role that we all have in DNR and assisting staff in providing information on this bill. So I have plenty of other things to say about what staff is working on and things like that, but I'll deal with that in the staff report if I may.
Great, thank you very much. All right, well, let's move into the business. And you're up next again, Assistant Director Hoyt, with the staff report.
Great, thank you very much. You all hopefully had a chance to review the staff report. Some great things that are happening in and around the organization, but I wanted to focus particularly on how we've grown the team recently. Very excited. We had a number of positions, new positions that needed to be filled, and a couple of vacancies that we were filling, and really had some amazing candidates across the board, and wanted to thank everybody who applied for all those positions, and also the hard work and many hours that staff put in to review literally dozens and dozens stacks of resumes of amazing folks and hours of interviewing. So to that end, I'd like to announce some new additions to our team. Very excited. Emily Barbeau is our new outreach and communication specialist. We're very excited that she started this week, and we will get rolling with her rapidly with a lot of information that she's going to digest. But excited to have her. Also, I'd like to announce that Lindsay Brandt is moving from Stewardship Trust Manager to Biodiversity Program Manager, and you'll remember that was a new position that was created, and Lindsay is an excellent person to fill that because of her deep knowledge of the organization, and we're excited to be working with her to craft that position. Also have another new position that was created really at the same time is Regenerative Agriculture Manager. And hot off the press, this was not in the staff report because we were still processing the information, but Jesse Price will be our new Regenerative Ag Manager. He was a resource specialist, or currently is moving from resource specialist in the Southeast District Office over to that role, and really excited to have him help craft that position. So we have two positions now we have to fill because we've shifted people, but we're excited about that growth. Erica Carlson just started this week as well as Stewardship Technician. That's sort of another component to the stewardship roles there that is helping support Mindy and Lindsay in that area. And then the last person I'd like to congratulate is Spencer Morgan, who's right-of-way and renewable energy technician, and is also learning how to pinch hit on helping us with the Zoom management for for these meetings. So thank you, Spencer, for that. You saw in the staff report reiteration of the holiday luncheon and the award ceremony that we had. It was really a great gathering. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Heath, did you want to mention something about those?
No, forgive me. I've got my hand up to make a request as soon as you're done.
Okay. I will strive to remember, but keep it raised so we don't forget. So the holiday luncheon, thank you everyone who attended the luncheon. I thought it was a great event, and the awards ceremony was really fun. We always love handing out awards to not only our staff, but our very important partners, the lessees. And so the list of all of those folks is in the staff report. If anyone missed that, definitely take a look. Otherwise, various highlights you saw in the report: new credentials for David Rodenberg, a very productive oil and gas auction in December, $2.7 million. So congratulations to Crystal, Coranda, Katie Stitt, and the team there for that. Ben Teschner presented at a Colorado Stone and Gravel conference. Thank you for spreading that information. There's some great details in there from Steve Fries about the work that he does in conducting oil and gas inspections. And also some detail about the statistics of our digital interactions with customers, which is really important work that all staff is undertaking to provide faster customer service and enhance our operational efficiency. So thank you to everyone who works on that, and particularly Sharon Ernest and Veronica Ritterholtz for managing that data on the back end. So, and then of course the staff report always has the staff leasing report. There are 55 lease actions approved by staff with the authority delegated by the board through policy. And I wanted to, in addition to Commissioner Heath's comments, ask if there are any questions that the commissioners had about any of the information that was in that report.
Doesn't appear to be any. And Assistant Director Hoyt, if you're completed, before we go to Josie, I just want to extend a very enthusiastic welcome to Erica, Spencer, Emily, and Jesse, and a very genuine congratulations to Lindsay for the internal promotion and ascending to another important emerging business line.
Yeah, and to Jesse as well. That was new information that you didn't have. So Jesse was just
Yes.
we just figured that out last night. So I apologize for not sending you a note in advance.
All right, Commissioner Heath.
Well, first, I do want to add congratulations to staff for a lot of accomplishments during this last period. Ella, you've certainly summarized that, but to all staff, we really appreciate what you've done during this important time. I wanted to make a request. I know that on our next item on the agenda, we have an update on the biological carbon program update, but because of the SMART hearings, would it be possible to move the director selection process earlier in the agenda so that Nick and Dan could be present?
You know, Commissioner Heath, we chatted about this kind of at length. Dan was not planning to be part of that conversation. And I think it seemed to work pretty well to have it at the end right before the executive session. We can discuss it at the time. Nick and staff input on that topic will be captured. This is more of a commissioner discussion. So we won't be missing input from staff. It will just be occurring in a different way, if that would work for you. Do any other commissioners have any opinions on this?
I'm comfortable. I know that a lot of thought has gone into the particular order and exactly who's going to participate. So I defer to the chair and how you've structured it to this point.
Aaron, I believe you have to drop off at a certain time.
The meeting I needed to leave for was moved till later in the day, so I will be able to stay a bit longer.
That's wonderful. Okay. Commissioner Heath, are you comfortable with this?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I think we'll leave it as it is, and I'm confident that we will be securing the comments and input from the staff through this process. Alrighty then. We are going to hear from Mindy on some updates for a very important emerging program at the State Land Board. So we'll welcome you, Mindy.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I'm going to present my slide and hold on. And sorry about this. I've got 3 screens here.
You're doing all right, Mindy. No sweat.
Okay.
Yeah, multiple monitors. It's a blessing and a curse.
Yes, they all look, yeah. Screen 1. Okay. Hopefully this will work for you. Are you able to see the screen now?
You've started screen sharing, but
Okay.
it's black.
Oh, it's black.
No,
It's showing up for some of
me.
us.
I think there's just a lag for you, Commissioner Frobe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can you see the full screen at this point?
Yes,
Yes.
with the full cover the full slide.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm
Commissioner
Mindy
Frobe,
Gotts.
are you, sorry.
Okay,
Commissioner
here it
Frobe, are
comes.
you-
Here it comes.
You got,
Yep.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, excuse me. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Mindy Gotts-Sagan, the Conservation Services Manager for the State Land Board. I also serve as the Program Manager for the Ecosystem Services Program, and it's why I'm leading this presentation today. But also joining me later is William Woolston to make some comments a little bit later in this presentation, as well as our presentation will be followed with some remarks by our contractor, Dominic Sutton Vermeulen from Mill Pond. But I'll start off. This is a program update on our biological carbon program. You may remember that we've been calling it grassland carbon up to this point, but I'll explain a little bit later why we've changed that name to biological carbon. I last updated you in February 2024, just before we were recommending at that point that we were going to hire Mill Pond Company to help us with developing this program. And since that time, we've made significant progress. This is an information item. We're not asking for any board action today, but because this is a fairly complicated program at this point, we felt it was important to give you an update, and I'll also be talking later about next steps. Okay. At a high level, this program is about generating a new revenue stream, and especially about enhanced stewardship of state trust lands, and also meeting climate goals for the increased carbon sequestration in the soils and in the living kind of organisms. Again, I mentioned before, we used to call this biological carbon. We're now, grassland carbon, and we're now switching the name to kind of biological carbon. You may know that we're also developing a geologic carbon program as well. So we felt that biological carbon was a better capture, or a better way to summarize the program. It will also include, to some degree, our reforestation program that captures carbon in trees. That said, most of our most of our lands are leased for grazing or for agriculture. And really, I think the heart of this program will really be our grassland kind of program that will capture both grazing and how that grazing is managed. This is a photograph of kind of a point in time in a lecture, really, but of looking behind the scene in terms of how these cattle are being grazed in a mob fashion to kind of really better control how they're grazing, but more to the point, how the land and how the grasses respond to that kind of intensity of grazing with long recovery periods. Those actions really are what drives those roots deeper and increases the sequestering of carbon in the soil. But we wanted to change this name because we also are going to be including cropland practices as well. We don't have nearly as much cropland, but we do have some irrigated lands and dry land crop, and some of those practices are eligible for carbon sequestration programs. And as well, we're going to eventually be including biodiversity, like enhancement projects as well. You may recall that the carbon market is a voluntary market. As such, it's not regulated, but there are incentives for participation in that. And the biodiversity market is a little bit behind that. Some people feel it's actually a bigger market in the long run, but right now the metrics and protocols for those programs are still under development. So in any way, we're now transitioning to the word of biological carbon program. And so what are some of those goals? Really, we're aiming at initially on to capture offset projects within the voluntary carbon market. These are basically made by large multinational organizations or firms that want to be making to meet goals that they set internally to capture carbon and to offset their impacts. It's going to be incentive based for us and our lessees. We won't be requiring this, but we're hoping to take advantage of the opportunity with these significant incentives, financial, for our lessees. We can share in that for our trust beneficiaries to generate some new revenue. But really, what we're looking to do is capture this enhanced carbon sequestration on our rangeland and cropland, and through using adaptive and regenerative grazing. We're excited to be pairing this new program with our increased emphasis on regenerative grazing. We're looking forward to having Jesse help us to implement some of these programs, and these will provide financial incentives for our lessees to do so. And in doing that, will significantly improve stewardship outcomes on those lands. In doing so, we'll also be contributing toward the state greenhouse goals, especially for natural and working lands. And while these nature-based carbon programs don't begin to, on a project-by-project basis, match the amount of carbon that can be sequestered, captured through industrial processes, and sequestered underground, because we own so much land and grazing, and especially 2/3 of our ownership is east of I-25. We're hoping that the volume of this land and participating lessees over time will really make a significant contribution to the state's greenhouse gas goals. And finally, as I mentioned before, there's this opportunity to include biodiversity enhancement projects as those metrics develop. Just a real quick summary of how the greenhouse gas goals, how this program will contribute toward that. We do have greenhouse gas goals and this carbon program as an opportunity for new revenue, included both in our strategic plan and both our agricultural and field ops long-term business plan, as well as the ecosystem services plan. Those are all state land board plans. And then at the state level, we have the Colorado Greenhouse Gas Pollution Reduction Roadmap, the Natural and Working Lands Plan for Climate Smart, natural and working lands. There's goals as well, for that as well, excuse me. Those are state level goals. And then we also have numerous national and international climate goal plans. So all of this will be able to take advantage of those emerging markets. This slide is one you've seen before. It shows the market actors in the voluntary carbon market and the structure. What we're looking at is we know that there's going to be some need for a contract between the carbon project developer and the state land board. In a traditional private land, that would be directly with the carbon project developer and the landowner themselves or the operator. The only current document that we have right now is our ag lease between us and our ag lessee. But we need to figure out how we are going to operate within this market through these other legal documents. We're going to have that one contract between the carbon project developer and us. There's also one between the carbon project developer directly with the ag lessee, the producer that's implementing those carbon projects. We need to develop a new rider or a new contract between us and our ag lessee to accommodate, one, the ability to sell those or transfer those additional carbon rights that are sequestered, and how we do some revenue sharing. And so that's there's also a contract that this does not involve us, but between the carbon project developer and the carbon registry. There's another one between the market buyers and the carbon registry of how those buy those credits. And the next set of actions then show how the revenue flows between these different market actors. The largest amount of money or the market buyers pays through the carbon registry, either through these different registries like Verra. And when we had mentioned that at our meeting last month of how Land Life was going to be participating with the carbon market. Money is then transferred back to the carbon project developers for those credits. That carbon project developer then shares it with the lessee. We would get a percentage of that. I'll talk a little bit later about what that percentage might be. And then, of course, our revenue then flows down to our trust beneficiaries. Are there any questions? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just, you're getting there. I see Commissioner Chavez has his hand up. So this is a perfect place to take some questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Mindy. Great work putting this together. I guess my main point, maybe we can weave it through these conversations, is this, or do you anticipate this to be lessee driven, to find these programs, or we're going to do it and then find the right pasture, the right land, and then talk to the lessees, or a little of both?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's a little of both. I'll talk a little bit about what Mill Pond is going to be providing to us, but then we have a set of steps that we need to take. One, I need to come back to you in a few months to actually have you approve the ability for us to participate in this program, how we would do it, what our revenue share would be, the impact on some of our ag leases. We're in the process of kind of developing that now, and particularly with all these different agreements. But just to get to the point to answer that question directly, we're planning to have a series of information meetings to our lessees around the state to describe this process, both in person and online. We'll also have a web page that describes this and shows our lessees which carbon project developers we've pre-vetted and will be working with. We'll also be kind of looking at what that revenue share would be. I know William will talk a little bit about some of the ag lessees that are chomping at the bit and waiting eagerly for us to finish this process. They're already, in some cases, already participating in the market, but not on our state trust lands. And then so we'll have on our website a lot of information. And in as much as we have a few people that are very interested in doing this, I think that it'll just grow over time. But it'll be a combination of us actively promoting the program, having, fielding calls coming in from lessees, and having an enhanced website that describes this process.
Right now with our the grassland projects with the USDA or NRCS, we do a 50-50 split, I believe. But one thing that concerns me, or not really concerns me, but to think about, is a lot of these programs could last 10 years, 15 years. So we have to have the ability, or staff has to have the ability to amend lease terms.
Yes, exactly.
Which we do on the grassland.
Right. We kind of addressed that a little bit about 2 years ago, about a year and a half ago, when we were looking at working with a potential pilot project with Agoro. And there we had a lessee that was 2 years into his lease. This 10-year program would have gone beyond the 10 years. How were we going to do that? And so that pilot project fell through for different reasons, but that's exactly what we need to come back to you to describe and to have you approve or tweak the recommendation that staff will make.
Thank you.
And yes. I'm sorry, Commissioner, sorry.
I don't know if I see any other hands. I might just ask a quick question of, in some of these cases to really facilitate the impact carbon stores, it will take, and to facilitate regenerative grazing for that matter, it'll take improvements. And so could you talk a little bit about sort of what improvements, or maybe Millpont what sort of improvements have been required in prior cases and how that works into all these relationships?
So when you mean improvements, you're talking about physical infrastructure that will be able
like
to
water.
Yes, exactly.
And
Yes.
fence. Mm-hmm.
Fencing and water. Right now, we're not anticipating making significant additional investments to make that happen. Typically, as you know, that type of infrastructure cost is covered by our lessees.
Yes, I'm curious if what they're looking at, like in other words, in this program, is there generally going to be, I guess it depends on the lessees, whether or not there's.
It really depends on the practice that they wish to undertake. So with each of these carbon project developers, the projects the type of practices that they would have a choice to implement will vary from project developer to project developer. But let's just say there's grazing management. Some of these carbon project developers are already kind of loosely partnered with companies like Vents. That's a business decision that each lessee will need to make. That's where our percentage of revenue share may come in. We're looking at exploring a tiered system where under certain regenerative grazing practices or cropland practices, our percentage may increase or decrease depending on what the lessee's cost is. Those are all things where the staff is looking at now.
Okay.
And William, I think you wanted to join in at that point. You have a question?
Thank you, Mindy. You actually covered it very well, but I would just quickly add, I think the largest factor that we see that will be additive is regenerative grazing management practices. That's going to be one of the big changes. There will be infrastructure needed at times, and we're hopeful that in a lot of cases we can work with NRCS and other programs like that to help our lessees get that involved. Or as Mindy said, the virtual fencing options are certainly out there as well. But lots of different ways to approach this. The only other thing I would add is that we really do. I think there's a lot of interest. We've got a few people wanting to start yesterday, a handful, and there's a lot of interest out there in discussion. I think we'll see some real organic growth as we are ready to put this out to our lessees and say that we're ready to roll with this.
Great, thank you. And maybe we'll have some questions for the Mill Pond folks at the end of the presentation.
Okay, well, let me go to the next slide if there aren't any other questions with this one. So staff selected Mill Pond. We had come to you last February, saying this is the direction that we wanted to go. This project is being funded through the Investment and Development Fund. And the reason that we wanted to select Mill Pond is their experience and expertise in the voluntary carbon market, working with existing or past voluntary market projects, particularly their expertise and experience in the commodity markets and understanding, what kind of companies are interested in getting engaged in this market, what kind of investments they make. These are the questions you can direct to Dominic and that he can speak to better. And then also with really understanding the agricultural community, where they're coming from, both on the part of their practices and also the products that they sell. Excuse me. And then finally, Mill Pond also has this existing geospatial platform that tracks already existing, properties engaged in the voluntary carbon market. Our needs really, and I think the way that Mill Pond really fit those needs, is that we needed someone to help us identify the high quality, best fit carbon project developers for us. It's a complicated emerging world. We don't have that staff expertise, and they did. And we, out of the 20 or more that are out there, you may remember that the carbon market, unlike water mitigation, which has local areas you can sell your credits in, or even species habitat credits, the market for carbon is worldwide because the atmosphere is worldwide. And so really there's international players, there's people that are specialized for North America, but we needed someone to help us navigate that. We wanted someone to also assist us at developing the necessary contract documents. And then finally, being able to take advantage of their that geospatial platform. They can track, and verify whether trust lands are or are not already engaged in the voluntary carbon market. We did have one lessee that came, that we've heard, like he said, I didn't even need to tell you I was doing this, because the carbon project developers, especially those that are less reputable, may not care that the lessee doesn't own the land or control the land for the full length of the contract. We really wanted those higher quality carbon project developers that understood that and wanted to and recognized that we held those rights for the carbon that's sequestered in the state trust land. And so getting back to who are those qualified project developers, one of the first tasks that Mill Pond did is really to select the first task that they had, and I'll talk about their task next, but was to help us select those qualified carbon project developers and really which ones are the best fit for us. They looked at 9 criteria, there's 9 criteria that they evaluated and scored. That document is listed as Exhibit 1, I think, in your cover sheet. But briefly, those 9 criteria were, their trustworthiness, that they could verify their background, that they have financial stability in the market. This carbon market is pretty new. You're not going to find companies that have been in it for 50 years, but to even find those that have been in it for 5 to 10 is really important. That they have the technical expertise that they're working with, experience developing past carbon projects that have been successful. They're innovative and they can be adaptive and have flexibility. We found that, some carbon project developers not flexible at all in terms of you have to work exactly the way they have it or they're not going to be participating. they're going to be cost effective and will reduce barriers to working with them. They produce high quality carbon credits. They also offer these co-benefits beyond carbon. That's where biodiversity comes in, and also offer transparency. As a public agency, that's especially important to us. So these are the 9 factors, and these were used to screen up to, I think, 15 or 20 different carbon project developers. So the 5 tasks that we asked Mill Pond to do, this chart is, I think, figure 2 in your cover sheet. And it really shows the task that there were 5 primary deliverables. It lists what those deliverables are, the percentage that's complete, and the target date. Initially, we were hoping this project to be finished last fall. For a number of reasons, we delayed that to give us kind of better information. This is where we're at right now. We've pretty much finished the first 2 steps. We're in the process of facilitating the commercial terms between these top 10 or so qualified carbon project developers. That's where we're at right here in January 2025. We've just finished our draft master services agreement. I'll show you where that document again fits into the carbon market structure. But we see this, finishing in the next month or 2, or we're planning to come back to you, and I'll show you one of the final charts I show you will show where we're at in status and next steps. But I just wanted to give you a feel for within those 5 tasks that Mill Pond is working with us on. We're kind of right in the middle and getting kind of toward the end. Are there any questions about this slide? And again,
Mindy, I'm sorry. On number 5, I mean, can one piece of land have more than one project on it? The way it's written is with one or more, or is that even possible?
Yes, it is possible. It's very possible. Partly because this is a voluntary program and it's not as regulated as carefully as other programs might be. But I'll let Dominic speak to this at the end as well. But it's very possible that we could have carbon projects on our own lands right now and not know about it. There is not this project, this METI project, or the geospatial platform, is one that Mill Pond has developed. They're already including all the projects in North America that are participating, I think North America and Canada. And so we could run our surface ownership through their system to see if any of those lands are already doing this. It's probably unlikely that that's the case, but it could be. But participating in a platform like this over time could be an important part of our auditing process. Just do a run once a year. Because some of the carbon project developers do not necessarily care whether a producer either owns their land or rents it, it's possible that some of those projects could include rented land or leased land.
Commissioner Chavez, was your question whether or not the same piece of land could support 2 biological carbon projects?
That's correct.
Yeah, and actually to answer that question better perhaps is, it's possible that someone could have a grassland carbon program, but also be selling beef to a kind of a grassland certified or nature-based, grassland. And in some ways I don't know if it would track that later program, but it is possible. I'll see if Dominic can speak to that more directly, because he would have more experience with that.
Okay, then
I also suggest that we worked very hard with the AG's office to identify the different ecosystem services rights. And to Mindy's earlier point, some of these developers not only looking at carbon, but they're looking at something like biodiversity. So you could have multiple programs running on the property for different ecosystem services, and you would want to be able to track that through a tool like this. So all of those things are concerns, and so we want a way to find out who's trading what in the marketplace that would relate to our land.
Right, and it would be informative also in terms of market understanding and development. And so let's, Mindy, I think it's great that we're accumulating some questions for Dominic and his team at the end, so we can just keep rolling through this.
All right. So moving forward, so there are basically 5 documents that are essential to us as they involve the State Land Board within the biological carbon program. The first of these, the overarching one, is this master services agreement. This is the agreement that will be between the State Land Board and the qualified carbon project developer. This last column shows that whether we are involved with approving that document. And in all these cases, we have some oversight role in it, or we're actually a signatory to it. But the master services agreement is really kind of the overarching document that establishes the terms for collaboration between the State Land Board and this qualified carbon project developer. The second document it's actually our existing ag lease. There'll be no real changes to that because we'll just continue to use our standard ag lease. We will, however, have an agricultural lease rider that includes this PES, the payment for ecosystem services. That's an industry term that we use. And that will amend those participating grazing lessees that choose to participate in it to include ecosystem services rights. It will enable them to participate in the biological carbon program, and will also enable them to receive revenue directly from the qualified carbon project developer, and will set up the revenue share terms with the State Land Board and set that percentage. The lines that are colored in this peach color, those documents are the ones that I'll show you next in the structure. I'm sorry, in the market diagram. And these are all new documents as well that the State Land Board will be involved with, and that Mill Pond is helping us with. The fourth document, the form contract, that's actually one that we will not sign or the lessees. It's kind of the standard template for each carbon project developer has their own template. They'll be using that to amend and create a payment for ecosystem services contract. That'll be signed directly between the carbon project developer and the grazing lessee or our ag lessee. We'll be able to approve the document, but we won't be a signatory to it. And that basically sets the terms and obligations for the practices that our agricultural lessee will implement to generate carbon or biodiversity credits. It'll also include terms like how monitoring of those carbon credits occur, or the soil conditions change for the length of that period. And typically that will be kind of about 10 years. Probably won't be less than 10 years. In some cases, these biological carbon program developers have a lease of 15. If and how we would work with that, staff will work on that and be part of our presentation when we come back to you for approval for the program. Are there any questions about these kind of 5 documents? Okay.
Just,
go ahead, please.
Real quickly, you had mentioned, I guess on the payment side, if we're holding the master agreement, would the project developer, would they write 2 checks at the end of the year, one to the lessee and one to us, or? And I know it's getting into the weeds. I just
No, it's not a we question at all. I mean, ideally, we would prefer to be paid directly from the carbon project developer.
Yeah, I would agree.
We're exploring whether that's going to be able to happen, or we'll have to be paid through the ag lessee. Obviously, it's easier for us and easier for the ag lessee if it comes just directly for us. And so that's kind of to be determined. But that's the ideal situation. Yep. That we're paid that directly, and it may be possible through the master services agreement. Okay. Moving on, this diagram is the one I showed you before with the voluntary carbon market structure and the actors. Basically, I wanted to say that this document or contract between the qualified carbon project developers and the land board is this master services agreement. And we're also working with Mill Pond to help us develop the payment for ecosystem services contract between the carbon project developers and the ag lessee. And then finally, this ag lease rider. We had already really developed that for that pilot project, so I think that's largely intact at this point. And then these other documents are the ones that exist that are outside our scope in terms of the project registration, the monitoring and verification reports that are made to the carbon registry, and then the market buyers. They're actually buying these environmental attribute certificates. In this case, it's carbon credits. Okay, and then moving forward, this is pretty much my last slide. I wanted to show you, where this what the status is of the carbon project. And these are the 5 kind of phases. Phase 1, we're going to complete the carbon project, the carbon program documents. We're kind of right here right now. January and February, we're finishing this framework setup, finalizing the master services agreement. In February and March, we'll also be doing the lease confirmation and reviewing these what we call the form contracts. State Land will be looking at those and coming up with our project terms and templates. Phase 2, board approval of the carbon program, and then our lessee information meetings. This is entirely doesn't really involve Mill Pond directly, but is staff tasks. We'll be coming back to you, I hope, sometime in March or April to approve the program, approve these processes, look at which carbon project developers we've approved, what practices they would involve, look at lease term lengths, how they'll work within our standard 10-year leasing program or standard 10-year leases, our proposal for revenue sharing, and what that project approval process would be. Is this something that you want to see and approve directly? Is this something you want to delegate to staff within certain parameters? All of that will be proposed by staff in the coming months. Following that approval, staff will then hold lessee information meetings. We'll create that biological carbon program website, and matchmaking can begin with the help of Mill Pond or other processes between those carbon project developers and the lessees. And then finally, is that phase 3. And this we really think to kind of really start getting underway in May and July and kind of onward. Once lessees have decided which carbon project developer they want to work with, they would begin to develop plans and negotiate their payment for ecosystem service contracts. I don't know the extent of that negotiation will really depend on, I suppose, I don't know how much negotiation will allow within those revenue sharing terms, but that's something we'll determine a backup here in phase 2 when we come to you and the board. And then the state land board and the lessee would begin signing the ag lease riders and the payment for ecosystem service contracts. With that begins implementation and monitoring of those practices. And that's really a lot of that happens directly between the grazing lessee and the carbon project developers. And those monitoring reports are then sent on to the verification boards or the carbon registry. And then revenue sharing would begin. Probably the earliest we'd see any revenue payments would be starting about 18 months out, up to maybe 5 years out, depending on the different types of practices that are being implemented. Are there any questions on this? So, in short, we're really hoping to come to you kind of late spring or early spring, and then, really hoping that some of these projects can begin being implemented this summer, this growing season. Commissioner Chavez.
Mindy, in regard to what you just said here, if a lessee comes across a project developer that's not on the approved list, you'll at least look at it, correct?
Yeah, we would have to look back to see if they already were interviewed by Mill Pond and why they may not have met that criteria. We've already have, I will say, and Dominic can speak to this as well. In the process, he reached out to say 15 to 20 carbon project developers. Some didn't even respond in terms of having to submit certain information to prove how they could be ranked within those 9 criteria. And then others that he missed or that weren't, or either have been developing more recently, came to him and said, "Hey, we've heard about this. We really want to be involved." And so, even though I had mentioned before that he had evaluated 12 had made it, now we're at 10. we haven't closed the door on having carbon project developers work for us, or work with us. I had initially thought we'd probably end up with 2 to 4 carbon project developers. The fact that we have 10 seems a lot, but I don't, between now and late March or next year, some of those may fall out still.
Fantastic. No, I think we should always just keep our, just be open if,
Yes.
somebody new comes along and this is going to be a challenge. I mean, I remember the Agora lease. Wasn't that the one where they were going to have to plant seed or put seed in and
Yes.
fertilizer and over 7,000 acres? That's the, how does that, figuring out how those cost shares work and who pays for that up front.
Exactly. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? I just have my next slide is just the comments and questions. I'm happy to go back to any slide if the commissioners would like, or to have any questions. Anyway, well, what I'd like to do right now is actually turn this over to William, who can speak a little bit more. If you're okay, William, I know you've spoken a little bit about interest from some of our agricultural lessees in this. They've been waiting eagerly for us to finish this process. And then I'll turn it over to Dominic.
Sure. Thanks, Mindy. And I'll be very brief because I think we really essentially have covered it already. But I do think as I said, once we get ready to roll this out, I think we're going to see a lot of interest fairly quickly. And I say that for a few reasons. Just the organic interest that we've already seen in talking to people. We've had some producers already approach us saying, we're ready. We want to go now. The other thing that I have to mention is I'm so excited about what Just Price can bring to this program as well through the regenerative ag manager position. What excites me most, honestly, about this is I think the economic incentives involved really will provide us a jump start to get more people really interested in looking at improved management programs on our properties. So we're going to get an ecological and an economic benefit out of that and provide an economic share with our lessees. I think we're going to see a lot of interest there. And we obviously will promote this. And, I think we're going to have our hands full with people wanting to talk to us about this program. That's my optimistic approach to it at this point. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. And Nick or whoever is in charge, is Dominic on? Can you?
Yep, Dominic's here.
I see.
Dominic, would you like to?
Yep, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome. Good morning, and thank you for having me, and really excited first for the opportunity to work with the land board on this. Just want to mention how impressed I have been with the staff and the level of expertise Colorado is dedicated to creating opportunities like this, and how exciting it is for Mill Pond to be part of it. A little bit about me. Sorry, I'm also not battling a cold. I'm just battling late night sleep with a newborn. So apologies. I've got a baby monitor over there I'm watching. So just in case you hear some background noise, that's just my 5-day-old daughter.
Oh.
My background of a resource economist focused in agriculture and energy space. I'm fortunate that I've spent most of my career, about 10 years of it, kind of at the nexus of agriculture, commodities, and climate. Starting at the world's largest commodities exchange, CME Group, where I focused on creating products related to climate risk, renewable energy, water management. And from there, I was able to work at a impact investing firm that we paid producers to adopt conservation practices. We measured, verified the environmental benefits of those practices, and we actually sold them to some of the largest agri-food companies like PepsiCo and Cargill. From there, my co-founders and I saw some opportunities to create market infrastructure related to the geospatial data that supports a lot of these practices and the expansion of these programs that such as Colorado's. And that was the foundation to Millpont, which is about two. I can share, maybe if I can share.
Here,
I'll
I'll,
just show
I'll
you
stop
where.
sharing.
Okay. I'll just show you. So you might be wondering who Millpont is. We're a pretty small but dedicated and highly experienced team that, really has spent most of our careers across technology, climate, and market and carbon markets. I mentioned I was at CME Group. My co-founder, Isa Watanabe, he's head of product at Descartes Labs, which is one of the largest geospatial analysis firms. And then our head of development is Sam Gledhill, who's led MSCI's ESG and climate markets coverage on carbon. So while these markets are immature, really our focus and experience has been bringing more at the kind of the professional level and enterprise level commercialization of these markets. And that's why when we started working with Mindy and the land board, I think there's a lot of synergy in bringing some of our experience to table and helping develop this program from the ground up. The process that Mindy highlighted really began at setting that ground level. How can we create a criteria and evaluation protocol that can grasp and account for the nuances and the way there's a million ways to skin a cat in creating a carbon credit. That set the foundation, and really, I as Mindy was pretty excited about the responsiveness. So all said and done, I think I'm gonna share my other screen. Sorry for jumping around on you. All said and done, I think we interviewed a little over 13 entities. And of those, we've recommended 10 to participate. And this and there's been actually indicated future interest from Commissioner Phillip, just to put your mind at ease. There's definitely a door open, and actually future indicated interest from about 4 that would like to look at participating in subsequent years and on a rolling basis. The process we set up and envision this is a rolling basis, so there isn't there will probably be opportunities for enrollment from the producer side, lessee side, but also from the project developer side, and want to make sure that as folks are able to come and go, there's clear processes and protocols for integrating or exiting, both on the lessees and the project developer side. In terms of questions that I heard raised during the Mindy's presentation, going back to the question around, do folks enroll? Is there multiple projects on the same acres? That happens both intentionally and unintentionally. In the intentional category, let's say that there's multiple programs creating different environmental outcomes and monetizing those, what we call stacking. So there's complementary ways to do that. You can have a carbon on a water quality or water conservation on top of a biodiversity. All those things can be paired together. Sometimes they have different project developers involved. Other times it's one project developer monetizing multiple benefits with different counterparties. An example of that is actually when I was at Soil and Water Outcome Fund, that impact investing firm I mentioned, we were actually selling water quality benefits to the USDA while also selling the carbon benefits to private investors like Cargill, PepsiCo, Hershey's, Target. So those things complement where there's where they don't complement, and what is actually a kind of a big issue, systemic risk that our software is aimed at mitigating, is the double counting issue. When a carbon credit is being monetized from the same acres and then sold to different beneficiaries when it's 1 metric ton. That's duplication, and that's also, you can kind of think of it as, because these are intangible attributes or intangible benefits. It's like selling the same house twice. And that really is a piece of risk the whole market is trying to address to date, with contracts, and while also trying to scale these systems on a global basis. And a lot of inevitably, sometimes these things happen either by on purpose with fraud, or in what we've found most commonly is there's simply so much of this data collection processes that are really for the first time being created at scale, and inevitably someone might have a fat finger and put piece of a parcel in one project and not realize that it's also being allocated to another project. That's the most common mistake that we've caught. Anywhere in the portfolio that Medi's onboarded to date, we're at a little over 16 million, and Medi went live last July. Today, we're at a little over 16 million acres in North America. Globally, we're at a little over 77 million acres. We have 577 projects, nature-based projects from the leading registries. With that, though, we've found overlap anywhere between 2 and 15% on initial onboarding. And usually that gets cleaned up and rectified as folks go back and review their data to ensure that it was collected accurately, and that the landowners or the lessees that have provided that data were collecting it and managing it appropriately. Most of the time, it's just either old or was incorrectly input into the systems. The other one is revenue share practices that I captured. I believe Commissioner Deb mentioned what's the kind of the appropriate way to allocate revenue share with different management practices. And I think Mindy captured it pretty accurately that will be, at least initially in the tier development process, there will be a case-by-case basis, because those costs associated, there is no kind of standard, I would say, in terms of what must be done to actually what is a regenerative ag standard. That's a really deep can of worms that is still being unpacked in terms of what qualifies for each practice as within the boundaries of a carbon credit protocol. There's what you hear is Verra, CAR, Gold Standard, all have these carbon credit protocols that take a little different nuance around each qualifying practice within them. So while one practice, and you guys have probably heard of these, a lot of hot debate that goes around the topic of additionality. Additionality is, I think there's identified 14 definitions of additionality that are in the market today, which means that if one carbon protocol says this practice is additional, another may not. And both can be right. That's the thing, because there is no regulatory standard covering these voluntary markets. We do expect harmonization to increase over the years, but that takes time, as well as increased regulatory regulation as larger private investments are made that really need to be protected and by government oversight. And we're kind of talking with USDA, CFTC, the White House around the kind of the different ways, and we see already kind of high level frameworks being developed that bring kind of cohesive guidance across voluntary carbon initiatives, including some we're in both on the commodity side within the U.S. Grain Council, but also on the regulatory side with the CFTC. Commissioner Deb, and I think you were first.
Well, great. Thank you. Dominic, quickly, and thank you. I am very relieved to hear of your company because it has been, from my work with the Nature Conservancy around the world, it is a Wild West world out there and has been in terms of quality of credits, applicability of protocols, etc. So the approach you all are taking, the database you have, and the move towards trying to rationalize some of these different approaches, even in a voluntary setting, is really encouraging. My specific question is, what are you seeing in the way of trends in terms of relative demand for separate standalone carbon credits used as offsets by an entity versus the insetting activities that have gained a little bit more momentum with primarily crop producers, but also on the beef side?
Yeah, great question. And I would, both markets kind of wax and wane. I would say insetting is emerging, and by all indicators seems to be the next, I would say, wave of growth in carbon markets. But right now is getting a little set back by what is kind of the governing standard body for insetting is also it's an NGO. So I would say it's not it's guidance. It's not regulatory. But is the Greenhouse Gas Protocol in the science paired with a thing called the Science-Based Target Initiative.
Mm-hmm.
Together, those things say this is how you set your target. The other one says this is how you account for progress towards your target. Together, those two things are, I would say, sowing a little more confusion in the market's looking for clarification, which is expected to be coming early this year. And that is expected to underpin the next wave of growth and insetting. At the time now, offsetting, which has been getting a bad rap, is actually growing. We're seeing larger commercial deals and offsetting focused on land-based removals due to their scalability and better technologies to monitor and verify at scale. There's better soil measurements, there's better remote sensing, and there's better the integration of things like the columns for tracking of the animal movements. The other, I think, emerging market on these is carbon intensity. So that's removing away from selling a metric ton, and it's moving towards selling an embedded attribute in the commodity itself. So like you mentioned, beef. So instead of saying this is here's a metric ton, and then here's also how much beef I provide, folks are actually looking at ways to say, can I sell a pound of beef that has a certain intensity score for the carbon related to that emission, either of positive or negative balance affiliated with the production of that pound of beef. That we're seeing that really being driven by Europe, but it's quickly coming to the U.S. as a lot of these corporate companies have to meet both sides of the aisle. Commissioner Philip, appreciate your patience.
Yeah, thank you. As we look at land, our holdings, and I guess my question is on with USDA conservation reserve programs, grasslands programs, are those competitors or are they compatible with what we're talking about?
That question, as any good, I'm not a lawyer, but as any good lawyer would say, it depends. And that really comes down to how these carbon protocols defined additionality. In some instances, they may say that a practice incentivized by a producer, by a public conservation program, might take away the additionality and then ergo aren't compatible. Insetting it doesn't have as strict of definitions around additionality, and there's more of a lean towards a what they call a right to report. And that is, does the producer or the landowner provide the entity claiming this environmental attribute in their supply chain as part of their scope 3 the right to report that as an emission, as a credit against their emission balance. And that right to report could be incentivized, it could be paid for, or it could just be an opt-in survey. And when those things are done, that isn't, and this is where things are starting to get tricky, and why why we create our software is they aren't then a lot. You can't what they call double dip. You can't sell it. You can't sell an offset and sell an inset, and then try to also sell a CI score, because you're trying to sell the same thing multiple times. They're just packaging it with a different definition as the end user. It technically is the same carbon benefit.
That's it's and that we have so much land, enrolled in those programs. So, and again, the double dipping. One last question. I'm sorry, Josie. As my job here, how are you guys compensated?
We have two compensation models, and we're working with the land board through our advisory services. Our software is we have our Medi, our software is a SaaS service. So it's we call membership based, but it's a subscription. And then there's a utilization fee based on the number of sources that are managed on the platform.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Heath?
Josie.
Well, yes. First, Dominic, congratulations on a 5-day-old baby. So if I'm a rancher and I'm listening to this conversation now, and I think I might want to get started, share a little bit about what would happen first for a new rancher who goes, gee, I'm interested in this program.
I think the vision is they would either reach out to the land board and or find information on the website to see who then high level how to start that process, but also then who are the potential project developers that they may be interested in working with to implement a project, and some information, basic information, including contact information, how to get involved with, in touch with, but also what those steps might be in terms of where you need to enroll, need to have the right contracts in place, and ensuring that they're working with someone who is holding an MSA with the land board is, I think, a first step. Is that it? In line with what you were thinking, or
Yes, yeah, I'll just join in. This is Mindy Gottsagen again. My vision is to have our website be, how do you pick which carbon project developer works best for you? Kind of a guide to that. I anticipate that I'll be working closely with the field ops crew as well. Right now, we're having that revenue would be probably coming in through the ecosystem services program, but depending on the practices, and this is where Jesse coming in as the new regenerative grazing manager, really, I'm envisioning the lion's share of projects being kind of having his involvement as well. So, it's going to be a learning curve for us to know which of these carbon project developers end up being kind of our highest users. But that's something we're hoping to figure out in the next couple of months.
I guess I'm looking for something even more basic than that.
Got it. Okay.
You've described the process. What would they do with their land?
Well, if they wanted to develop like a regenerative grazing model and use, kind of more rotational grazing or those practices, they would work with a carbon project developer to see what their standards are. What is that going to look like? They have to develop a grazing plan to show how cattle will be rotated, suppose they have all the existing infrastructure, they're ready to just really start right away. Each of those different carbon project developers will have kind of an initiation process. They have to create a baseline analysis of what the carbon is in the soil to start with. That will vary again by different carbon project developers. And then they basically have a process where, okay, here's the start date to this project. And from here on in, those different practices, each practices will have different protocols on how often that soil has to be monitored. They may do it aerial, through drone kind of imaging. There's more and more practices now where they can do drone estimates, but all of that will have to meet these high standards that are set within the carbon kind of platform, I suppose, Dominic. That's where we really only want to work with those high quality carbon project developers.
Thanks. Okay.
I'm sorry, I have one more
Sure.
question. On regarding, you mentioned the baseline, or Mindy did. It seems like the early adopters always get screwed on these deals. I mean, they've been doing it for 20 years, excuse my language, but are we going to contemplate that? Or how do you
It's a great question.
Yeah, go
Sorry.
ahead, Bob. Oh,
I was
yeah.
just saying the aspect, and I think Mindy, you want to, apologies, I wanted to make sure I covered this, was just the variety of project developers that have indicated interest, and we expect to be working in this. Ensure that there's a variety of options for producers based on where they're at in their regenerative practices. So we've ensured that there's an optionality by the way these project developers manage. For example, we have some of the leading offset developers for grassland programs like Kateri and Grassroots. Grassroots particularly has an insetting and an offsetting track record, so they can bring in a deal with those additionality by providing that going towards a more regenerative credit versus the registered credit. The others include Arva Intelligence. Arva is the largest ag carbon project developer. I actually call them an environmental asset manager because the way they operate is they can go into insetting, offsetting, or CI scores. So all three of those options are provided based on where producers are in their journey. If one doesn't work, they have so much degree of offtake and connections to both the oil and gas sector, but agri-food sector, that they can find a home for those environmental improvements. The other ones we're excited about is a company called AgriCapture. They just have the largest methane reduction sale in the US to date this year. And they're bringing in similar, which was in rice, and they're bringing in similar pathways for beef and production in grazing lands. So that one is it's a novel, but also highly scalable for folks who are not looking at just removals, but reductions in how those grazing management impact the feed efficiency and enteric methane production from the animals themselves. So there's all these. All it is to say is I think we're ensuring that there's that portfolio of options provides coverage, ensuring that we're not just creating one track, a way of monetizing the environmental benefits from the program.
Well, Dominic, thank you very, very much. This was, as you could tell, an interesting session for us, and we look forward, Mindy, to coming back and giving us, a few of the particulars as you get to that point. Pending any last questions. All right. Perhaps, thank you, Mindy. Would there be any objection to a quick, meaning 5-minute review, recess for everybody here on the phone, and then come back at 9:50? Hearing no objections, let's have a quick recess, and I'll see you all at 9:50.
here pretty quickly. And I do a visual on commissioner's presence.
Oh, I see Commissioner Chavez, Clark.
I'm here.
Mr. Scanlon. Oh, and Commissioner Heath. All right. I think we're ready for the next piece of business, which is the solid minerals mining production lease with Ben Teschner.
Good morning, commissioners. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
And you confirm that you can see the title slide here, Solid Minerals Lease 117109. Excellent. All right. For the record, this is Ben Teschner, the Solid Minerals Manager, and I'm here to present Solid Minerals Lease 117109, which would be a sand and gravel lease in Kit Carson County. We also have on the meeting Cole Anderson and Lee Hendricks, both from Mid-States Materials, who would be the lessee on this property. I'll draw your attention to this photo that I'm showing. And this is a photo taken from sort of the center of the property, looking more or less northeast. And you can see way in the back, if you have really good eyes, there's a semi on road 31 here that is runs sort of through the eastern part of the property, and the target for the mining area would be this area shown to the right of the sandy wash here, which is the drainage of labeled as Spring Creek on our maps. So let's see if we can advance the slide. There we go. This would be a lease that would provide building material and construction material for road, bridges, and infrastructure for Eastern Colorado, and probably to a lesser extent Western Kansas as well. And again, this is a photo taken a little bit closer to Road 31, which has a small bridge here. But I also want to draw your attention to this sort of orangish colored area of the property, which is an area enrolled in our conservation reserve program. As is our tradition here at the land board, we do layer our leases for all kinds of different activities. And this particular area, this sort of sub part of the parcel is in that CRP program. And just to be clear, we are excluding the CRP ground from mining in this case. This lease is located in north central Kit Carson County, just north of I-70 as it passes through the center of Kit Carson County here. If we zoom in on this parcel, you can see that Road 31, which is on our old maps, is labeled as a state highway, and my understanding is that has been converted to a county road at this stage. But that road goes up here and moves through sort of northeast part of the parcel. The area that Mid-States Materials has identified as having a sand and gravel resource is the area ringed in orange, though they would be actually only disturbing about 40 acres or less than 40 acres at a time. And the area enrolled in the CRP is shown here in purple. The Spring Creek drainage runs from south to north in this, and is an ephemeral stream, dry almost all of the time, although we believe it runs every couple years, and it runs eventually into the Republican River. Mid-States Materials is a subsidiary of the Bettis Company, and Bettis is a good-sized construction firm that does a lot of building, particularly centered around the Missouri and Eastern Kansas area, but is expanding their operations into other parts of the country. And as you can see from this map, here's Kansas is sort of in the middle. Topeka, which is Mid-State's headquarters, is located about here. And you can see their operations as they're expanding their activities westward. They have a couple one operation here in Colorado already, and they would be expanding into the lease area in question today, which is shown by the green star. As is part of our standard process here and governed by policy, staff reach out to a number of parties when considering a solid minerals lease. Part of that is Kit Carson County. Since the cover sheet was published, I ended up speaking with Corey Wall, who's one of the commissioners in Kit Carson County. And their primary concern was regulating access to or how the lessee would access Road 31. And I've put Corey and the lessee in contact, and they are confident that that's an issue that they can work out. We also reached out to CPW and our crack stewardship staff here at the land board, and have therefore included STIPs for burrowing owls, a timing restriction on those, swift fox, and our standard wetlands provision, which would apply to Spring Creek. And effectively, that's a 100-foot setback. And if mining plans if they want to mine within that 100-foot setback, those plans need to be presented to staff, and we get to review them prior to operation. Cultural resources as well is becoming increasingly standard in the solid minerals leases. We're requiring a Class 3 survey for cultural resources for any planned disturbances. And so a Class 3 survey is one where a live person goes out and walks around and confirms that there are no cultural resources on the property. The finances, this is as is standard with solid minerals leases. We will have a rent of $5 per acre a year, resulting in $3,200 per year in rent, a royalty of 74 cents a ton, and an advanced minimum royalty of $15,000 a year. That AMR will kick in year 2, giving Mid-States time to permit and do the appropriate environmental studies they need to do that work on the property. And therefore, your total revenue in year 1 will be just rent at $3,200, and then year 2 will be a minimum of $18,200, and could go as high as $41,000 a year if production increases to some of the volumes that Mid-States is hoping. So staff are recommending the board approve this sand and gravel lease with Mid-States Materials on this 640 acres in Kit Carson County. And here is the board order for your convenience. Happy to take questions. And as I say, I know Mr. Anderson and Mr. Hendricks are on the line from Mid-States as well, if we have anything for them.
Thank you, Ben. I do have a quick question. How does it work when there's the concept of the 40 acres of maximum disturbance would change? Is that typically within the 10-year term of the ag lease? And if so, how is that managed? Or is the mineral lessee imagining that for the next 10 years that they can notice the 40 acres and the ag lessee, everybody knows what land is removed and they don't have to worry about it again until the end of the lease?
Yeah, this is a good question. So we make this sort of a large, we sort of assume large here. So we've made it 40 acres as a maximum, and what we'll go back and do then is take effectively prorate the ag lease down 40 acres. And the way it shows up in our system is non-grazable acres. And so that gets pulled out and is not billed to the ag lessee. It is not a specific 40 acres. So it kind of, it allows the mining lessee to float around as is appropriate, provided they've reclaimed behind them. And so that as you sort of new acres get pulled into the 40, others from behind it are then available for grazing. Does that sort of make sense?
It does. I'm interested in the communication with the lessee. So maybe you know, the restored acres may or may not be as forage rich perhaps as the original acres. So I'm wondering how that's communicated and coordinated with the lessee, the ag lessee.
Sure. Again, so the first step is we try to aim high here, so that the aim is that it could be 40, but in reality, it's typically much less than that for starters. Second is we notice the ag lessee whenever we do these types of leases. So we sent a letter to Mr. Hornung, who's the ag lessee on this site, and informed him that this is what we were hoping to do. He did not provide comment back to us regarding that. But this is something that the type of thing that we work with all the time with respect to me and Eric Van Dyke, who's our district manager. We'll be working with Mr. Hornung and our mining lessee on exactly these specifics as they get developed. Does that? I guess I feel like I'm not adequately answering your question, but I'm not quite sure how.
Maybe what it is just you've answered it perhaps, and that is it is somewhat fluid. Economically, it's a fixed impact to our ag lessee, and the rest of it is a coordination with special attention paid by the state land board staff to ensure that the parties are happy and aware of which pieces are being mined when.
Yes, I think that's accurate. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's correct. It is a little fluid though. I'll give you that.
Mm-hmm. Any other comments or questions? All right. Nick, shall we see if there's any public comment to this item?
If there's any public comment, if any attendees would like to make comment on this item, please raise your hand and we will move you over. Commissioner Frobe, I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Oh, Josie, did you? Yes, please.
I move that the board approve Solid Minerals Mining Production Lease 117109 in Kit Carson County as described in our board packet.
Thank you, Commissioner Heath. May I have a second?
Second.
All right. How do we vote? Commissioner Scanlon?
Yes.
Commissioner Heath?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
And Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, commissioners, and thank you, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Hendricks for being here.
All right. Mr. Medina for CPW State Wildlife Area Lease.
Good morning, commissioners. There we go. Just to confirm, can you see my presentation slide up on the screen?
Yes.
Thank you. So again, good morning, commissioners. For the record, A. Medina, Recreation Program Manager with the State Land Board. I'm here to present on a new 10-year lease to Colorado Parks and Wildlife for state wildlife areas. Your January board packet did contain a cover sheet on this item and provides greater detail about this lease. This morning, I will present on the highlights of this item. At the end of this presentation, I will recommend that the board approve a new 10-year lease to Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And just an item of clarification, this action item is before the board because the lease term of 10 years exceeds that is delegated for staff approval through our policy. So before I jump into the presentation, I do want to mention that this is an important lease between the State Land Board and Colorado Parks and Wildlife. The lease allows that state trust land be used for wildlife and wildlife habitat purposes, and the lease provides reasonable and consistent revenue to our trust beneficiaries. CPW's Parks and Wildlife Commission has already approved this lease on their side, and we just require the board approval before we can execute the lease. So you may be asking what constitutes a state wildlife area? Per CPW's website and their public information, state wildlife areas are state or privately owned lands that are managed for wildlife and wildlife habitat purposes. These properties, in addition to being managed for wildlife habitat, do offer wildlife-related recreation opportunities. These properties are managed by the wildlife side of CPW and are paid for generally through hunting license fees and essentially from hunting revenues. There are approximately 350 state wildlife areas across Colorado managed by CPW, with 19 state wildlife areas on state trust land. This map shows the location of the 19 state wildlife areas on state trust land. And this next map shows this new 10-year lease will include 5 additional properties in the state wildlife area lease. For context, I just want to remind the board of the different types of lease agreements that we have with CPW. There's 3 general types. The first is the hunting and fishing access program that allows seasonal hunting and fishing access on enrolled state trust land across Colorado and includes about 1 million acres. The second is the state parks leases and agreements. This does include the beneficiary use agreement that the board reviewed and approved last November. And it also includes a separate lease that includes lands primarily in the school trust that are used for state parks. The best example of this other state park lease is the 72,000 acre state forest state park in Jackson County. And finally, there's the lease type that we're discussing today, which is leases of state trust land to CPW for state wildlife area use. You might be wondering why these lands for state wildlife areas are leased separately from other agreements with CPW. Some key differences. As you may remember from the beneficiary use agreement, State Parks is the beneficiary of revenue for the Saline and Internal Improvements Trust. It is important to note that wildlife specifically, or the wildlife side of CPW, is not a beneficiary of any of the trusts. Additionally, most of the land managed by the State Land Board is within the school trust, which benefits K-12 public schools. However, they're in the state wildlife area lease. There are both school trust lands and lands in the University of Colorado trust. So 2 different trusts. Finally, in exchange for rental payments on these properties, CPW does desire greater input on the surface uses leased for state wildlife area purposes. If you recall, the state trust land hunting and fishing access program is narrow in the public uses that are allowed, and it is typically one of many layered leases on state trust land. Through the state wildlife area lease, or this lease that I'm talking about today, CPW is effectively leasing both the agriculture and the recreational use rights on these properties and locking up these rights for the term of the lease. The State Land Board, as a result, agrees to not lease these properties for, properties for either recreation or agricultural use. They have those rights. Bear with me, my deck got shuffled here. So as the state wildlife area lease, it does allow the uses allowed within it are management of wildlife and wildlife habitats on these properties. And again, it does allow for public wildlife related recreation that wildlife-related recreation is managed by CPW's wildlife officers. And in consultation with the State Land Board, CPW does establish rules and regulations for public use through their Chapter 9 regulations. These regulations on state wildlife areas leased by the State Land Board are largely influenced by the lease that we're talking about today. And finally, it's important to note that the state wildlife area lease is not a permanent conservation easement. The board does reserve the various rights within the lease, including the ability to consider additional revenue generating uses on these properties. These are standard rights reserved in most state land board leases. This lease that the board is considering today does contain some lease modifications from the previous 10-year lease. First, the previous lease contained about 13,000 acres. This lease adds approximately 6,500 acres of new land into the lease. Most of the new acreage is the recently acquired school trust land in Kiowa County, known in an area known as the Queens State Wildlife Area. Second, this lease adds language requiring approval by the State Land Board before improvements or projects are made to the state trust land in this lease. This includes items like access roads, parking areas, fencing additions or removals, and vegetation and timber management projects. And third, this new lease includes an annual rent escalator using the Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index for the Denver Aurora Lakewood urban area to adjust the annual rental rate over the 10-year term. This adjustment is standard in all our other CPW leases, all our other leases to CPW, and ensures the rental rates keep up with general inflation in the area. CPW has reviewed these changes to the lease and agreed to them. And as mentioned, the Parks and Wildlife Commission has approved this lease from their side. So with that, staff does recommend that the board approve interagency lease agreement 117096 with Colorado Parks and Wildlife for use of 19,000 plus acres of state trust land as state wildlife areas. And with that, I do have a board order up for the board's convenience. Any questions or comments?
Thank you, Abe. Mr. Chavez?
Yes, thank you. Abe, on that last slide, you mentioned approval that I guess we're approving also improvements or projects. Are those paid for by CPW or by us?
They're paid for by CPW. It's a requirement that they request approval by the State Land Board before implementing anything. And yeah, those are generally improvements made by the lessee and paid for by the lessee.
Fantastic, thank you.
Abe, I have a question. Two things. One, in the addition of the new lands, did we have to displace any ag lessees?
No, and that's a really good point to highlight. On all of the lands included within this lease, there is no ag lessee on them, and on the new ones that are being added to, some of them are part of the BLM in lieu transfer process, okay. Which when we received those, we agreed to not place an ag lessee on them or offer them for agricultural purposes, knowing that they would be included in this new 10-year lease. So okay. No, none of the and actually one more property that I'll point out, the Collard Ranch in Park County. Parks and Wildlife did acquire a large chunk of property last year as part of that Collard Ranch. They acquired a large piece of private land. We added a property adjacent to that acquisition, at which had the seller of the Collard Ranch was our agricultural lessee on it. And at the time that they sold their property, they also asked for cancellation of their agricultural lease, which made the property available for this lease, since there was no ag lease at that time. Great.
And then one quick follow-up. It wasn't mentioned in the write-up, but generally speaking, would we imagine that the overall lease rate here with for the combined ag and rec uses in aggregate represents more than we would be getting if we were just doing ag less leases or rec leases?
It's calculated to try to bring it in line or a little bit better than what we do in separate leasing for ag and rec purposes. So we try to keep it in line with the private market rates.
Okay, in terms of our opportunity cost for other third parties leasing it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then do I imagine that this lease, as it starts, since it's coming off of a 10-year prior term, that there will be a bump as it starts, as it's renewed? There will be
Yes,
that escalator.
yes.
Okay.
That's yes, at this 10-year term, and that's one of the benefits of having these 10-year terms or shorter term lengths is we're able to review pricing and make sure that it's staying in line with market rates. So there was an adjustment, a relook of all the properties enrolled in this, an adjustment in both the ag rates stay fairly consistent because they're based on the standard pricing that's determined for specific counties.
Right.
It's based on an AUM rating for those parcels.
Okay.
The recreation rate is reviewed. The use of the property in its context within, kind of the general property use and also property values is reviewed on the 10-year basis, and we adjust a tier pricing schedule for each of those properties based on surrounding conditions and public use. So sorry, I was a little roundabout there, but yeah, we review it every 10 years.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Let's see, whoever's managing it, shall we see if there's any public comment on this item?
Yes, if any attendees to the meeting would like to make a comment on this item, please raise your hand. Commissioner Frobe, I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Thank you very much. All right, commissioners, may I have a motion for this board order?
Mr. Commissioner Chavez, I move we approve the CPW State Wildlife Area lease as described in the board package.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Heath. All right, how do we vote? Commissioner Scanlon?
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Commissioner Heath?
Yes.
Is Commissioner Clark on? Oh, there you are. Great.
I've been here. Yes.
I'll be right
And
back.
chair
I'm going
votes
to
yes.
put my cat away.
Okay. All right. So the motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much, Abe.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right. And Mariah, now you'll enlighten us on the Chico Basin Ranch request.
Good morning, commissioners. Can you all hear me and see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Good. Well, good morning. For the record, I'm Mariah Parker, South Central District Manager here with the Colorado State Land Board. I'm here with you today to request that the board approve the expenditure of $600,000 of investment and development funds to perform necessary upgrades and repairs on 5 residential homes and to also address reservoir maintenance needed on the Chico Basin Ranch. The cover sheet included in your board packet provided a description of the proposed work along with the supporting documents. I know you're all well aware of this property, but the Chico Basin Ranch is our 87,000 acre ranch that splits Pueblo and El Paso counties here in the South Central District. As we zoom in here a little closer, the Chico Basin Ranch is located about 38 miles southeast of Colorado Springs. I have the property shown here outlined in yellow. Also, you all know that this property was under a 25-year lease that ended on December 31st, 2024. And we now have 2 new 10-year leases on the property that started on January 1st. Flying Diamond Ranch now holds the agricultural lease on the property, and KB Outdoors holds the recreation lease. These lessees won these leases through a highly competitive RFP process back in 2023. Unlike the majority of our properties, we own all of the infrastructure on the Chico Basin Ranch, including 5 residential homes. The 5 homes are vital housing for on-site ranch personnel to ensure the smooth operation of both agricultural and recreational activities. 4 of these residential homes were included in Flying Diamond's ag lease. Those homes are shown here on the map. Moving north to south, we have the Casita, the Holmes House, the Finch House, and the Headquarters House. One house is included in KB Outdoors recreation lease, which is the May Camp House, which is on the southern part of the screen. Being that we own the homes, obviously we're responsible for the maintenance and upkeep. On December 2nd, 2024, staff inspected all of the houses to identify and prioritize critical issues for each home. Staff further consulted with a contractor and an electrician on the findings from the inspections and requested estimates. Your board packet included a table of the proposed repairs and associated costs. As also mentioned in your board packet, in hand, staff only has 1 set of estimates, and that was to quickly provide you all with enough information on which to base a rapid decision. Urgent repairs are needed to provide the lessees with safe and functional homes and facilities as promised by the RFP. Staff will continue to pursue additional estimates to identify and select the most competitive and reputable contractors who can complete the work in a timely manner. And if you desire, staff can definitely provide you all with updated estimates at a later date. So I'm going to go through each of the houses and summarize the high priority repairs and associated costs. So again, moving north to south on the ranch, we have the Casita. It's one of my favorite houses on the ranch. It's a small 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom house that luckily doesn't require a whole lot of work, but does need some electrical upgrades that'll come out to about $6,500. As far as interior work, we're looking at about $17,000 for interior paint, a new wood burning or gas stove, as that would be the main heat source in the house, and then new gutters and downspouts. The Casita apartment is located in the detached garage and will utilize about $9,200 for interior paint and an upgraded kitchen with new appliances and cabinets. Moving on to the Holmes House. The Holmes House is a spacious 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house with an awesome sunroom. It does need significant electrical work that totals to about $23,000 with some minor interior repairs and upgrades, including interior paint, kitchen renovation, which will include new sink, faucet, countertops, and cabinets, and also new bedroom doors bedroom closet doors, excuse me. All of that totals up to about $19,000 for that house. Now we'll head out east to the Finch House. The Finch House is in an awesome location with a mountain-facing view that looks over the entire western part of the ranch. This 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom house needs a decent amount of work. In total, we're looking at about $303,000 for foundation, interior, and electrical repairs. This house is pretty neat, but there are some pretty significant problems with the foundation. As you can see here in the pictures, there are some pretty big cracks in the tile floor, meaning that the foundation has settled and is settling and is pretty unstable. Foundation repair requires a method that uses the pinning of helical piers to support the foundation and then the injection of polyfoam to fill voids and restabilize the soil. Foundation repair costs, including basement water damage repair and exterior grading to fix some of the drainage issues, comes to about $184,000. The detached garage could also use some foundation work, which will be about $11,000. Other repairs in the Finch house include interior paint, new bedroom closet doors, new carpet in the back bedroom, and then gutters and downspouts. Then moving south to the headquarters house. The headquarters house is a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, and overall is in pretty decent shape. It does need an updated electrical system, which we're looking at about $13,000 for. On the inside, this house needs a fresh coat of paint, a small kitchen renovation with new appliances, countertops, new cabinets, and then also a new gas or wood burning stove for a heat source. It'll also need some minor drywall repairs and then gutters and downspouts. And for that, we're looking at about $35,000. Lastly, we have the Maycamp house, which is the furthest south on the ranch. This house is a really neat historic building with a guest wing that includes 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom, and then a full house on the south end that has 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. This house needs an entire electrical system upgrade, which is going to cost about $78,000. The guest wing is in pretty good shape, but the house on the end does need some interior paint, drywall repair, and then some gutters and downspouts, excuse me. The Maycamp house also has significant foundation issues, but unfortunately the contractor wasn't able to access the crawl space to fully evaluate what exactly is needed. The foundation repair cost estimate falls anywhere from $25,000 to $275,000. With that being said, this will need to come before you again in another I&D request when we have a better understanding of what exactly will be needed for those repairs and what the associated costs will be. I've created a table here that breaks down the total estimated cost of repairs and upgrades for each house. In total, for the houses, we're looking at about $523,803 to address the high priority issues in the 5 houses. Now I'm going to shift our focus away from the houses. As you may remember, last year, Justin Bieri and I came before you to request funding for tree removal along the dam embankments at the Brett Gray Ranch. Well, on the Chico Basin Ranch, we also have several reservoir dams and spillways with outlet structures that need maintenance. On December 18th, 2024, staff met with a contractor and a Division of Water Resources dam safety engineer to evaluate the required maintenance and associated costs. CRC Incorporated provided an estimate of $37,500 for basic maintenance on the 4 reservoir dams and spillways.
Well, yeah. Come here.
The contractor, which is CRC Incorporated, is scheduled to begin the tree removal project at the Brett Gray Ranch here in the next couple weeks. Since CRC is based in Craig and will be working in this area soon, we wanted to quickly include this project in this I&D request to avoid added mobilization costs of having them return later. Also, we just want to get the work completed promptly since the property is under a new lease. Flying Diamond Ranch's lease does include a dam embankment maintenance requirement, which obligates them to maintain the reservoir dams once they have been reset. And upon completion of this proposed maintenance, 4 of the 5 dams will be considered reset. I do have our water manager, Justin Bieri, online and available to answer any questions that you may have regarding the proposed dam maintenance. So with all of that being said, this table shows the total costs associated with the house repairs and the dam maintenance, along with an extra $38,697 for cost variance. As we know, prices do fluctuate. Flying Diamond Ranch and KB Outdoors based their responses to the RFP on the assumption that the residences were in good working order, and the State Land Board is committed to delivering the property in that condition. Staff recommends that the board approve the allocation of $600,000 of I&D funds to address necessary reservoir maintenance and to upgrade and repair the 5 board-owned houses on the Chico Basin Ranch to ensure that they're safe and functional in order to support significant agriculture and recreation leases on the property. So with that, I will do my best to answer your questions. I also have our Assistant Director, Elliot Hoyt, and our Field Ops Team Leader, William Woolston, online and available to answer questions if necessary as well.
Thank you, Mariah. Commissioner Chavez.
Mariah, thank you. For the most part, I mean, I agree it needs to get repaired, but on the Finch house, um, can we just build a new house? We just approved something on the Brett Gray new houses there from, I mean, that just seems pretty steep for a old ranch house. What would something new be?
I agree. I have not collected any estimates for the cost of a new house, but I can definitely pursue that avenue if that's what the board wishes to do.
Yeah, like I said, we have an order in for a couple houses made by architectural students or somewhere. Deb, you would know better. I don't recall
Yeah,
where we're doing that.
we're doing that also on the Chico for the bird
Okay.
folks. And I would say, following on with that, yes, on that one particularly with foundation issues, it would be good to take a look at what a scrape and a new modular built, factory built house, particularly with labor and materials being what they are to get to that remote location. So it would be probably worthwhile to take a look at that.
Absolutely. I will pursue that and get back to
Okay.
you guys.
Commissioner Scanlon.
Well, I'm chiming in as well with yes, let's look at that as well as the one there where we aren't able to evaluate the foundation fully. If we're looking at cost upwards of $200,000 plus the wiring and all of that, I just think we have to weigh the cost benefit of scraping and putting something else there. I'd like to preserve some of the historic elements of the ranch house and such, but some of these houses, it's just a whole lot of money that I fear will be a sinkhole of more problems to come when you start down that path.
Understood.
Thank you. Commissioner Heath.
May I ask, Commissioner Frobe, are you not seeing me on your screen? Because my hand was up.
And we toured the ranch. I wonder whether all these properties are intended to be inhabited by people working on the ranch, or are some of them for like a B&B rental?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question? I didn't hear the first part of your question.
Sure. When we toured the properties, at least one of those was being used as like a B&B. I'm wondering whether all 5 of these now are intended for occupants who are working on the ranch, or what's the projection for how these would be used?
Flying Diamond is planning on using the 4 houses that are included in their ag lease for ranch personnel. And then KB Outdoors will be using the May Camp House for their hunting and recreation activities. I don't think that'll be occupied full time, but definitely heavily occupied during CPW hunting seasons, and they may do some summertime recreational activities too.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Clark, sorry, you were off my screen. Please.
Okay, I thought that might be the case. Thank you. So yeah, nice to see you, Mariah. Thank you for the presentation. So just from recognizing that the land board is not typically in the residential, landlord business, I'm curious about just kind of what our procedures are and how we plan ahead for some of these things. So, knowing that the previous lessees here have been there for a very long time, were all of the houses occupied under that lease?
Yes, ma'am. All of the houses were occupied under that lease.
And it, of course, I mean, we can always anticipate that there'll be some kind of transition, cost between going from one lessee to another. I'm just trying to get a sense of the overall timeline here, because seeing that staff went into this in December, the new lease started in January. Do we kind of do any inspections during a lease term? Or was this kind of the extent of this level of damage and foundation and those types of things, was that kind of new to us?
Going forward, we will be doing inspections on the houses regularly to avoid this cost during the next transition period. Coming out of this 25-year lease, I was unaware of the condition. So now that we know, I want to address those and fix those now.
Okay, so yeah, so on the same page there in terms of,
Yeah.
because I'm just curious also, what is in our leases in terms of what the condition that someone needs to leave a property in, and then how we're representing it to the new tenants, because there should be some things, just as we're talking. I mean, obviously, foundations, kind of capital needs are absolutely on the landlord. I'm just wondering if there were some other things along the way that actually could be on the tenant to keep up with. So just kind of for some additional thoughts around that too. But yes, if we could build in a regular inspection schedule that the tenants know within their lease is permitted, that would be important. And then just to the earlier conversation about, I agree with Commissioner Scanlon in terms of there's a lot of amazing, maybe not formally historic elements to some of these homes, but there's definitely a lot of character that we'd want to keep. But on the modular front, that's something that we have been looking into a lot in my world, and so if you need any additional recommendations or anyone to talk to, please feel free to reach out in terms of like of getting to different factories and what some of the costs look like. I can connect you with some folks that have been doing a lot of research around that.
That will be very helpful. I will take you up on that offer. Thank you. And going back to tenants taking care of the houses, going forward, it is in Flying Diamond's lease that they are responsible with cooperation of the land board, obviously, and coordination to maintain these board-owned improvements. So
great.
I will be in constant communication with our lessees to make sure that we work together in this next lease to make sure the place is in great condition.
Yep, sounds good.
Thank you. If I may, Abe Medina, Recreation Program Manager, and that additional language is included in KB's lease as well on the recreation side, trying to make sure that we stay on top of this type of maintenance through the term of the lease instead of at the end of a term.
Thanks, Abe.
Commissioner Scanlon, did you have another comment?
I did, and I think Aaron O'Connell's hand is up, but maybe that's just lingering before me.
It is. I just wanted to clarify something really quickly for the board. Just in the context of this, these are not leased under a residential lease. This is leased as part of a commercial ag operation. So I think that's important to keep in mind as we do this, that a lot of the land board's maintenance and everything falls on the lessees rather than on the land board itself as part of that. So things like a B&B and everything like that wouldn't actually be allowed under the lease. It's just in support of the ag operation. So just a quick clarification there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
I had a slightly different question because I think you mentioned, Mariah, you're still going to get other bids, right, for some of this work. I'm just kind of not sure how to proceed forward. I'm fine with the dam and all. We've talked extensively, but we have a couple of really big ticket items with unknown costs associated with them and an analysis around, do we repair them or, scrape them? So how do we manage that? Because I don't think we're particularly comfortable just saying, here's $600,000. So I guess I'm looking for some guidance.
That's a great question. And I can definitely work with our team to come up with a modified board order to move forward with this. You guys probably caught this, but the Maycamp Foundation repairs are not included in this total ask of $600,000. That'll come to you later once we have a better estimate. So that won't be included in this, but as far as the Finch House, we can definitely tweak and modify the language. William, do you want to add to this?
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Scanlon, to your point and to our general point, I think one thought would be that we could ask for approval to do the work on the other homes other than the Finch and the May, and then come back to you all with more guidance and more more proposals. The one thing I would also just like to mention, and this is just, we put there was a lot of discussion about the Finch House in this, in the lead up to this proposal. We realize it's a lot of money, and we realize that it's probably, it probably is close to what the value would be of a modular once we got it, when we finish scraping it, removing it, putting up a new house and all of that. I don't know if what the amenities that are involved there make it worthwhile. It does leave us open to other issues that may come up with a new home. I realize that. I just wanted to make that comment, if it's helpful at all. So for your thought processes.
Yeah, I appreciate you addressing that with me, William. And I think getting other bids is important. Even $78,000 to spend on the May Camp House for electrical upgrade, that's a big ticket.
Yeah.
So just having a comparison for us so that we know what we're kind of getting into. I guess that's my bigger, I think it's the Finch House, and if there's foundation problems with the other house, I forget which one of these it is.
The May.
Yeah. So I guess I'm leaning towards, could we get it? I get there's some urgency, but could we get a couple more bids and get a little more information on where we stand with the One Homes Foundation, and then some sort of analysis of if we wanted to proceed forward with repairs and those considerations against replacement of some sort. So I don't want to hold things up terribly, but I'm pretty hesitant to just say yes when I'm not really clear on what the price tag, even of the ones you've listed here, might ultimately be.
Understandable.
Josie or Commissioner Hicks, did you have another comment?
Yes, I'd also be interested in knowing more about the age of the property and the character of it. It seems like that Finch House may have been an unusual construction, so maybe including information about that when you get back to us.
Absolutely. I can provide a little bit of information on it now. Just the Finch House was built in the 70s, looking at the electrical systems and the electrical panels. The addition with the tile floor was built in 2002. As far as some of the other houses or the other houses on the ranch, they date back to the early 1900s, the 1930s. Just to kind of give you a quick little summary on the age.
Okay, thank you.
So just a quick clarification. So the foundation issue on the Finch House is part of the 2002 build. It was part of the addition.
Mm-hmm. William and Mariah, I'm wondering, would it make sense to bifurcate this and amend this board order to cover the dam and authorization for the dam work, and then expect to have a more fulsome review of the options and the costs for the February meeting? Would that work from a timeline and a lessee perspective? Commissioner or Director Hoyt?
Yes, and if I could add on to that, Mariah, not to put you on the spot, but I think you've had conversations with Flying Diamond about which homes, there are two houses that they're using now, and so that they could move forward as of January 1 with those two houses. And they're starting to, move cattle on, I think, in the next day or two, if they didn't do it yesterday. So I know they're moving forward. Just to add to what Commissioner Frobe was saying, certainly the dams, there's an advantage in that we have the work being done on the Brett Gray, and that contractor, could continue on to do this work, which is a cost advantage to us. We know that they were very much the low bidder on other things. So I would suggest that the money to be spent on the dams is money well spent. I'm just wondering whether, for instance, the headquarters house, which doesn't have, or the Holmes house, which don't have a very high ticket, Mariah, do you think there's an advantage to Flying Diamond if we committed to one house to add in, or is it better just to wait on all of the house improvements until we get more information?
I really think that it would definitely benefit their operation to do the repairs on the headquarters house and the Holmes house. Just because those will be the main houses that they will be using and need to use for their ranch personnel.
If I could jump in there, because I think I have a proposal related to that, is just agreeing that, yes, bifurcate this, approve the dam piece is one thing, and then agree to the headquarters house, the Holmes house, the casita. And then, but because Finch and May Camp both have items that are currently bid at over $65,000, that maybe that be our cutoff to say, for those are the items that we need to see a minimum of 3 bids for.
That sounds like a good plan to me.
Okay, so it sounds like to balance all these different needs and urgencies, if you go back to your board order, I don't know if Ed's there who can help us. Maybe we change, if someone could do some quick math and we amend this to an allocation of X amount from the funds to address the reservoir and to upgrade and repair and put in the specific 2 houses. That might.
Nick, did you have something to say?
I wanted to take an opportunity to ask for maybe just a concurrence from the commissioners that the proposal as designed was seeking support for spending money generally, and acknowledged that we hadn't landed on designated vendor for the work. Just the commentary about wanting to see additional bids. Happy to support this 100% and make sure the board is very comfortable. There are practices in place for fiscal rule and fiscal process that would have us evaluating bids against each other and for appropriateness as well. It would be important to staff to just be really clear that in whatever our board order looks like, that maybe the board isn't saying proceed with identified vendors necessarily, as opposed to proceed with spending up to. That's kind of what the intent was, I think, of what we were aiming at, and staff's trying to give reassurances and opportunities for follow-up for choosing an effective and cost-efficient vendor in the process as well.
May I offer something there that as well, in terms of, in looking at your figure 4 table, the Finch house is at just over 303,000. The May Camp house is at 96,000. So if we said today that we'd be approving up to 250,000, and then because those together is about 400,000 of the, but giving you a bit of a buffer above 200,000 in terms of where those actually land, but that in that way we're giving you an amount and would be identifying dams plus headquarters, Holmes, casita, carving out Finch and May Camp.
And Nick, I'd add to that there's 2 issues. One is, and I'm sure I have confidence staff will get 2, 3, whatever the processes are for bids. I think the larger issue is the more strategic consideration of repair versus replace on the Finch and possibly some alternative strategies on the May Camp. I think that's really what the issue is.
Yeah, 100% understand, and that's great guidance. And from the staff standpoint, trying to help everybody get comfortable with straddling the needs of getting our operators, comfortable with something quickly. If the board is comfortable in allowing some of the more basic items to be addressed so that we've at least got some comfort and some comfort that we can add to the properties while considering some of these bigger issues. That's fantastic. I think that works really well for staff and hopefully for the operators, knowing that more conversation is coming down the road.
Yes, I will agree with Commissioner Clark. 250,000 to cover the other 3 homes, excluding the Finch and the May Camp, and then the dam maintenance. That should be plenty for now. And we'll definitely work on exploring other avenues to either scrape and replace the Finch house and pursue other estimates to fix up the Finch house if that's the avenue we decide to take. And same with May Camp.
And I'm comfortable with that, Nick, and I appreciate you reminding us if you do have your own bid processes, et cetera, that you follow.
Yeah.
And we of course empower you to do so.
And not to mess up the train of thought, I'm being summoned to the Gold Dome, so I'm going to try to hand off officially hosting roles to Elliot and bid you all adieu for the day.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Nick.
So folks, procedurally, I think we want to pass a modified board order here.
And Madam Chair, I think I have a way to
Great.
read through that.
Thank you.
Right. So after consideration of the materials presented and testimony given at its regular meeting of January 15th, 2025, the board determines that it is in the best interest of the trust to approve the allocation of $250,000 from investment and development funds to address necessary reservoir maintenance and to upgrade and repair 3 board-owned houses on the Chico Basin Ranch to ensure the houses are safe and functional in order to support the significant agriculture and recreation leases on the property.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. I think that captures it. Unless there's a question from the other commissioners on the language proposed by Commissioner Clark, I'd like to now, I think we need any public comment before we move to a motion.
Yes, if there are any attendees that would like to make a comment on this item, please raise your hand. Commissioner Frobe, I do not see any hands raised.
Thank you, Alec. Having said that, then, may I have a motion for the board order as modified by Commissioner Clark verbally?
Commissioner Clark, do you just want to do that?
Oh, you're on mute.
I was
Sorry.
hoping the same. Thank you, Aaron.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you,
So,
Erin.
yes. So moved.
May I have a second?
I will second.
Let's have a vote. Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Scanlon,
Yes.
Commissioner Heath,
Yes.
and chair votes yes. And the motion as modified by Commissioner Clark has carried, and I expect the staff will provide that modified board order for signature later.
Yes, thank you, commissioners, and I will definitely be providing you all with updates, and we'll bring more estimates your way.
Thanks so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you for your guidance and your trust on this, commissioners.
Yes,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you.
All right, to Dave Rodenberg to illuminate the policy review for renewable energy leasing.
Good morning, commissioners. Just want to confirm that you can see my screen okay and hear me okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So good morning, commissioners. For the record, I'm David Rodenberg, and I'm the Renewable Energy Program Manager for the State Land Board. This final action item that I will be presenting to you today is the policy review for solar and wind renewable energy leasing. The State Land Board staff is proposing modifications to the State Land Board's renewable energy leasing policy as part of the board's regular 3-year policy review process. This policy was originally adopted in 2014 and was last reviewed in the middle of 2021. So the policy is intended to facilitate meeting the board's renewable energy program goals to increase renewable energy on state trust land, as well as the governor's fiscal year 24-25 wildly important goal to specifically increase renewable energy generation on state trust lands to 750 megawatts by June 30th, 2027. As you noticed from the material in the board packet, there are a lot of red line changes to the policy. And although there are some key recommended revisions, which I will go over in this presentation, much of the red lines that you see are related to formatting changes in an effort to align this policy with other more current updated policies as far as the formatting goes. So one of the most important parts of the policy is the objective. The objective, as it is stated in the current policy, is shown here on this slide. Staff is recommending one change to the objective. So where it states to promote renewable energy development that is compatible with other current and future uses, staff is recommending revising it to state to promote renewable energy development that is done in coordination with other current and future uses. This recommended revision more accurately reflects how the board considers multiple uses on state trust lands. This is especially important when considering a solar project where other uses are often not compatible. So therefore, if it is determined that a particular solar project is in the best interest of the trust, it's important that staff coordinates with our lessees due to the potential impact it may have on those other existing leases. So prior to highlighting a few other key changes to the policy, I wanted to present a couple of other slides, the first of which shows the 3 key steps to renewable energy leasing on state trust land. Now, I know you guys are all familiar with this, but I just think for the benefit of the policy and just in discussion that it makes sense to kind of go through these real quick. So first, there is the pre-application phase. During this phase, the developer identifies the state trust land they are interested in, and then staff performs a thorough review of that request. During this phase, CPW is notified and staff requests initial feedback if possible at that time. However, remember that as part of the planning lease, there is a requirement for the developer to consult with CPW and provide a report of that consultation and how they addressed any issues or concerns that CPW identified. The second phase is the issuance of a planning lease, which gives the developer the ability to plan and permit the project, as well as obtain an interconnect agreement with the appropriate utility and obtain a power purchase agreement with the off-taker. Planning leases are approved by staff as long as they follow the policy and barring any objection by the agricultural lessee requesting to discuss with the board. The third phase is the production lease, which allows the developer to construct and operate their project. All production leases require board approval. And kind of as I mentioned briefly earlier, there are requirements within the planning lease that staff needs to consider before making a recommendation to the board to issue a production lease. The other slide I wanted to show you before going into the modification, the recommended revisions to the policy is the board's existing renewable energy, solar, and wind portfolio. So the board has 44 planning leases, wind and solar, and 42 production leases, wind and solar. Of the 42 production leases, I just want to point out that 40 are constructed and operating with 600 megawatts of electrical generating capacity, and 2 are under construction, one which the board approved just a month ago. And once operational, we'll have an additional 35 megawatts of electrical generating capacity, totaling 635 megawatts. So, okay, with that, I want to highlight some of the key recommended changes to the policy. And feel free to interrupt if you have questions on each one of these, or we can wait till the end, but don't hesitate to ask questions while I'm presenting these. The first 3 that I'm going to highlight is related to the utility scale solar leasing criteria. And the first one is related to cropland. That's what this slide's showing here. The current policy states that staff should avoid all irrigated and dryland crop. Since the time this criteria was added to the policy, staff determined there are parcels leased and utilized for dryland crops that are very low producing and should be considered for solar projects. So rather than eliminate all dryland cropland from potential renewable energy development, as the current policy does, the proposed change would only avoid issuing solar planting leases on state trust lands that are considered to be excellent for dryland crop production, as determined by the district manager through the pre-application review process that I described earlier. The word excellent is meant to be somewhat subjective to give the district manager some leeway in making this assessment, and is intended to protect the best producing dryland cropland. The second revision related to utility scale solar leasing is related to protecting the board's high quality grazing lands. This is a key component to the policy. The current policy uses a criteria regarding forage value in pounds per acre per year. This forage value was established by staff and working with the Natural Resource Conservation Service, known as the NRCS, to combine multiple data sets to create a GIS layer that rates the land as either poor, fair, good, or excellent based on the forage value. After utilizing this method for the past several years, staff has determined that this forage value does not take into account the complete rangeland condition of a parcel. In some situations, for example, a parcel may have a high NRCS forage value, but will have poor quality forage. And therefore, in these situations, we were essentially protecting minimal to low quality rangeland. So it was determined that the district managers needed the flexibility to consider the overall range condition when considering whether a parcel is considered excellent and therefore a solar project should be avoided. The rangeland condition is determined by assessing the quality and variety of grasses, as well as assessing the quality of the soil and assessing the management of the land. This approach uses quantifiable data as well as the subjective expertise of our district managers to more accurately protect the board's high quality grazing land. Whoops, I jumped ahead there. All right, so the third revision related to the utility scale solar leasing criteria section of the policy is that staff is recommending to remove the current criteria stating that the state trust land must be within 5 miles of an electrical substation, switchyard, or transmission line. This criteria is incumbent on the developer to analyze and to determine whether the electrical infrastructure exists and is within the proximity. It doesn't make sense to eliminate lands that might actually work for a developer and meets our other criteria. So staff is recommending to remove that criteria from the policy. The next policy revision that I want to highlight is unrelated to the criteria section of the policy and is instead related to differentiating what is a solar garden versus what is a utility scale solar project in context of the board's policy. The current policy does not accurately differentiate solar garden projects from utility scale solar projects. Rather than differentiating the two by acreage, staff is recommending that the policy differentiate based on megawatts, which inherently will change due to the acreage, but megawatts is a much more accurate measure. Projects that have an electrical generating capacity up to 10 megawatts, staff is recommending that those are considered to be solar gardens, which aligns with the Colorado Community Solar Act, HB 10-1342. Solar projects that have an electrical generating capacity greater than 10 megawatts will be considered utility scale solar projects. The main purpose is to differentiate between smaller projects and larger projects, and is meant to aid staff in applying aspects of this policy. It's not meant to define projects for the purpose of permitting and other state and federal requirements and regulations. It's really meant for an internal measurement. The next revision that I want to highlight is related to agrivoltaics, which is the incorporation of crop production, livestock production, or pollinator habitats within solar projects. The current policy does not reference agrivoltaics, and staff is recommending this revision to encourage agrivoltaics in solar projects. Staff has done this in practice, but we thought it was a good idea to add it to the policy to recognize that. Agrivoltaics can be used to offset the reduction of the existing agricultural use on the land. It's not going to replace it by any means, but to help offset the encumbrance that occurs. This next revision is related to the minimum planning lease pricing and the one-time assignment consideration payment. Staff recommends increasing the first-year planning lease rate to a minimum of $15 an acre. This proposed change would bring the minimum planning lease rate closer in line with existing negotiated rates that staff has been negotiating anyway. And just for note, the board's planning lease annual payments varies currently from $10 up to $70. We haven't had it, like I said, $15 an acre is the minimum that we've been charging and negotiating for the past several years. So we felt it was time to update that on the policy. These minimally higher rates have not discouraged development by any means. We have a lot of developers very interested in working with the State Land Board and are very busy with reviewing those interests. Additionally, staff is recommending that the assignment rate is changed to be calculated by taking 50% of the then current annual rent as opposed to the fixed dollar per acre. The assignment fee will therefore adjust during the term of the lease. This aligns with how other State Land Board leases calculate the one-time assignment fee and is more appropriate for assignment requests. The final revision that I want to mention is clarifying when planning leases are brought to the board. Other than if it doesn't meet the policy, the intent of even the current language is to require agricultural lessees to formally request to speak to the board if they object to a renewable energy planning lease on land that they lease. This revision helps make that more clear. So if the agricultural lessee requests to speak to the board, the planning lease will be brought to the board for review and decision. This language mirrors the notice letter that is sent to the agricultural lessee currently. Also, it is important to note that the public, as well as leasing customers, are always welcome to make comments to the board or attend the board's public meetings. So the benefits of these recommended revisions from staff's viewpoint are to help ensure that the appropriate lands are considered for renewable energy projects and that the renewable energy policy is in alignment with other program policies and to provide additional clarity to the policy. And with that, staff recommends the board approve the proposed modifications and revisions to the renewable energy policy number 300-003 as outlined in the cover sheet. With that, if the board has any questions or comments, I'd be happy to try to answer those.
Go ahead, Josie.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Chavez.
Oh. David, thank you. A couple things. I'm just reading on the performance bonds, or that was scratched out. Is that just incorporated in the lease? So
yeah, the performance bond is in the lease as far as the amount that's required for those. We don't require a performance bond for the planning leases, just to be clear.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because there's no surface disturbance allowed unless they come to us and say they want to do exploration type activities. Then we do a lease rider, and then we calculate a performance bond for that specific purpose, which is ultimately refunded once the restoration takes place, et cetera. But in regards to the production leases, we certainly have a standard requirement and formula for calculating a performance bond.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
That we hold for the entire term of the lease.
Right, and we talked about that the one previously about escalators in those bonds. So 30 years from now, we're covering those costs. My biggest concern was the I can't find the page, but eliminate, or I guess defining, excellent on that. I mean, I've always touted our 1,250, wherever I've been, 1,250 pounds an acre, and it seemed that worked fairly well. I guess, and I don't know if you know this, or maybe William, if he's still on. I mean, what does an excellent pasture, what does it produce? Obviously more than 1,250. I mean, it's just excellent. And if we're in a drought, everything's going to look like, it's going to look terrible. Nothing's going to be excellent. So, well, let's,
Well, that's a good point.
That concerns me.
That's a good point, Philip. And I think Willie might be able to talk about the excellent description, but I think that's actually why we want to include these other factors, how the property is being taken care of, the soil condition. I don't know exactly how a drought would affect the soil condition per se, but I think we still, in the grand scheme of things, would have properties holistically that are considered excellent, even in drought conditions. I don't think it changes the overall viewpoint of a particular property. But anyway, I just wanted to say that. And also one other point is that we still will be using the forage calculation as an indicator. We just felt like it wasn't enough, and as per the example that I used. But anyway, William, if you want to speak to that further.
Yeah, and I agree with, there's a lot of conditions, but the tonnage, and I mean, you referenced American Farmland Trust. Do they, and what they provided to us or to the state of Colorado, I can't believe they would have signed or recommended changing those terms from minimums to just a term. And again, on the other side, I agree with the dry land. Yeah, if it's bad dry land, it's bad dry land, and I don't have a problem with that.
So may I come forward?
Please.
So to your point about you're essentially talking about rangeland condition, correct, Commissioner Chavez? To that point, I actually am very much in agreement with this revision, and my reasoning is that rather than the problem we run into with the previous one is it does not really give any indication of the management quality that's going on that land. It could be low forage, low overall forage production land that's being managed at a very high level. And to me, and I think to our field staff in general, I think our concern was that we would like to see a little bit more emphasis put on the management capacity that's been placed on that land and the ecological condition of the land, rather than just being limited, if you will, as much as we were by the forage value, the rating that was on a particular piece of ground.
Or in this case, the quantity, the 1250.
Correct. Yeah.
But do you know what does an excellent acre of, or how much forage comes off an excellent pasture?
Well, I mean, that's where what is the makeup of the soil and the ecology under that pasture? You know, it can vary so much, and then within that, if it's being managed well, obviously, you know, it's going to be higher and in better ecological condition than otherwise. So that was where we were having some issues. That we were some lower overall forage condition lands, parts of the state, if you will, was being considered when the management of our lessees on a property may have been very, very good and the condition was very good. And we just felt there needed to be a little bit more ability to take those weightings into consideration. That was where our main argument was on this.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that's helpful.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, William. It is helpful.
Thank you.
Commissioner Heath?
Well, William, did you have something else you wanted to add to that?
I did not. No, I didn't, Commissioner Heath. Thank you.
Okay. My question is more for my colleagues on the board. I generally support these recommendations with one exception. There's in the proposed policy, it would delegate authority to staff to approve production lease assignments and amendments that don't fundamentally change the substance of the lease. And up till now, we've had a policy that all production leases require board approval. And I would like to continue that all production leases would require board approval. I think there are several reasons for it. One, I think when they come before the board, it keeps us current about when this moves from planning to production. And we really promised that, I thought, when we had the initial discussion about all these rules, because neighboring landowners and others expressed an interest in being sure that these would continue to be publicly approved in terms of a board approval. And I just think it's consistent policy. So I'm putting that out for my colleagues as we consider a board order on this approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Heath, for that insight and suggestion. I'm wondering, other commissioners, have you thoughts on that? I would add one from my perspective, which is, and I don't know the best way to handle it, but generally speaking, specifically on assignments, and there's a lot involved in an assignment. And so I myself feel that particularly on a production lease, understanding and having a vote on the assignment to possibly a completely different party, or there might be circumstances that arise. I tend to think that particularly on these types of leases, production leases, it is something that we would want to see. So that's a subset of what Commissioner Heath was raising. Any other thoughts, commissioners?
Where was the point that Commissioner Heath, what paragraph are you, or section are you looking at? Or David,
it's under section 4.a. and it's conditions under which staff would be authorized to issue a production lease. And, I feel like we're still in our kind of preliminary policies around these solar leases. And while we've done a lot of work and we've got more experience, we're still kind of exploring how this reason. I at least want to really see those production leases when they come to us and be involved in the approval process. It may very well be that we'll look closely at what staff does, but when it's only at the staff level, I don't think we always have the chance to just know when those things move forward. Does that answer your question?
We're only talking about the planning leases here, so yeah, I mean, nothing should be changing with respect. in my mind.
And I guess the simplicity of all production leases require board approval just seems like it gives a level of predictability.
Yeah, I was going to ask David's thinking on this, and he raised his hand.
Okay.
I had to
David.
physically raise my hand. I couldn't find the raise hand feature with the way my screens are. So I just wanted to clarify that, and not to argue against what you guys are recommending, but the original policy sort of wasn't real clear on that, because what the original policy stated was that the board approves all new production leases, production lease renewals, and production lease extensions with the intent that the staff would approve assignments. So we were currently doing that. So this was more of a clarifying change. And again, all we're doing is approving an assignment that is requested from company A to company B for whatever reason. And then we review that, make sure that the other company's a company that we trust that will handle the project. And a lot of times these things are almost somewhat sort of foregone from an investment purpose or other reasons. So I just wanted to state that the current policy already insinuated that we weren't really changing it. And all new production leases are always come to the board. This is strictly related to reviewing and improving an assignment to another lessee.
Right. David, thank you. I appreciate that. And I do think I understood it, but I do believe that when you assign, especially something on a property as big as these kinds of leases, that it does change the character of it. And so for that reason, if there were an assignment, I would still like that production assignment to receive board approval.
Sounds good.
I would tend to support Commissioner Heath's revision on the assignment piece and board approval as well. Commissioner Scanlon, you have a new?
No, that I'm just following along. I'm just wondering, David, would that change your practice a ton? I mean, is this a lot of work that I'm trying to get a feel for if we're imposing a level of effort that you don't currently have. Sure.
Well, I really appreciate that thought. But honestly, it really doesn't, because we haven't had a ton. I can't remember the last production lease, at least from a utility scale standpoint, that's been assigned. Usually we've had a few wind leases that were assigned, but that was actually known ahead of time, and I got board approval ahead of time. While we were bringing it to you for production purposes, like there was an intent for company A to build the project and then to assign it to company B. So that was a known. So again, the only time that I've seen a fair amount of assignments is in the Solar Garden arena. But having board approval for those things, of course, it adds a little more work and a little more time, but it's not that overly burdensome by any means. And maybe you're more concerned about, maybe we can differentiate, I don't know, but maybe you're more concerned about the larger projects rather than the smaller community gardens. So anyway, just throwing that out there. That's where we see most of the assignments occur in production leases is during that, is for solar gardens, not necessarily utility scale projects as of yet.
So
And I guess as these things evolve, I think we as a board are becoming more sophisticated about understanding them. But I guess just speaking individually, it helps me when I understand kind of how these things develop. And for that reason, was interested in having them come before us.
So I'm wondering if would you put the board order? I guess I'm trying to think if there's general support for including, those exhibits. All right. Including assignments.
Chair Frobe, I have a question related to the assignments
Yes.
as well. Just wanting to I just want to make sure we're very clear about what the intention is of seeing those and carving out. I guess I was actually thinking that it was more important for those larger projects. David saying that it actually is occurring more on the smaller ones. I just want us to be careful about how we're talking about the assignments, because sometimes there's just companies assigning to like affiliated parties. We don't need to see that. So making clear that, or I'm assuming, I just don't want us to like suddenly capture extra things that we don't intend to. So if it's like particular projects and it's going to a third party and we need to understand who that is and how any of the operations might change, that's one thing, but want to make sure that we're not accidentally capturing some paperwork that we don't mean to.
I hear you, and I am generally oriented towards effective operations that way. I worry that by parsing and getting too many carve-outs here, I sort of feel like if there's an assignment that's just an affiliated party, it'll come and go very quickly, but that seeing the assignments for if does need to be discussion on a larger issue, we almost do have to cast a little bit of a wider net, so that it's really on us to determine how much we need to review and talk about it. If it's pretty much of an up and down, we won't spend much time on it. Neither will David, I suppose. David, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I mean, at the end of the day, if bringing up just to be clear, I mean, if we're bringing an assignment to the board, from an initial standpoint, the amount of work to do something that is an affiliation versus a larger request is going to be the same. It's really the amount of time at the board meeting that may change, of course, if you guys make a quick decision. But again, the other thing to consider, it might have been helpful for me to have a couple developers online that could speak to this more from a company perspective. But like I said, when these guys come to us an assignment, as it relates to the solar gardens that we've done, it's almost as if really we're just determining what we're going to charge them. We vet out the company the best we can, but a lot of times they're far along on their company plans to sell the project, and we're just sort of crossing our T's and dotting our I's for approval. I haven't run into a situation yet where we reviewed a company and we thought, well, these guys aren't capable, and then denying it, of course. So it's really, I guess that's my only concern here, is that if you guys want to see it and talk about it, for sure, not a problem. But just to understand that when these guys have gotten to a point where they're going to assign this project, it's for some pretty significant reasons that if we denied it, I'm not sure what would happen. I mean,
That's a good point to note. Elliot, you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I like what you were saying about the efficiency of a policy and trying to parse now the difference between them. Commissioner Clark's absolutely right. There's some that will be more complex than others. The fact is we have different ways in which we organize our business with you, right? And so if it's simple, it'll show up on the board leasing agenda. and we'll say 2 words about it and say, just want to draw your attention. There's this assignment. It's pretty straightforward. We think it's good. Do you want to talk about it more? And you can decide to ask us more questions. If it's something that David says, you know what, there's some complexity to this, we'll bring it to you as a final action item. So I think the efficiency of the policy just saying production leases, assignments, and renewals, go to the board. That's fine and that's clean. And then, you know, we'll present it in the degree of complexity that it requires for your analysis, and you can pull anything out that you want to pull out. So I think that makes it, I think, and David, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that makes it pretty clean and smooth for us too, right?
That's a very good point, Elliot. If the board's okay with that, you know, staff can make the decision on whether we're asking for your approval on the board leasing agenda. That's much less work than you know, creating an agenda item. And we can sort of assess whether or not this is really a kind of a straightforward situation. And in either case, we can always have a discussion whether we're presenting this separately or if it's on the BLA. But the BLA is certainly quite a bit easier as far as just, you know, bringing things to the board for their approval. So anyway, long-winded answer, Elliot, but I'm glad you brought that up. It's a good point, because I do think that if we're going to do this, you know, making it across the board is probably a little bit simpler, and we'll just report it to you on the BLA if it's minimal.
I like that. And staff is then, you know, making the decision as to whether it goes to a report BLA or to a broader discussion. And that's what you typically do, is share that insight. So I'm wondering, we have 2 things here. One is we need to modify the board order and have a vote. Prior to that, I'm aware that we've had a public comment on this issue, and I don't know if there is a member of the audience who will want to speak on it, but I want to acknowledge that we have received a public comment about this agenda item.
If there are any attendees that would like to make a comment, or if the commenter is present, please raise your hand and I will move you over so you can speak. Not seeing any hands raised.
Okay. Then, David, do you feel like you can modify this board order for us? I don't remember which exhibit addresses the assignments, or.
Well, it would be exhibit 2 and 3. 2 is the red line version, and then 3 is the final version. But I'm not good at, you know, how to modify board orders on the fly, so I would ask Elliot maybe to take a stab at it, or maybe one of the commissioners. But the gist is that you're approving it as is, from what I understand, with the exception of that we'll change it to require board approval for any production lease assignment.
Yeah, if I may, this section that we were talking about was for lease management, sub-item A, and then below that there was an item 2 that talked about that staff had a power to approve production lease assignments, et cetera. I think we would strike that whole line. And then in subsection B, where we talk about production leases, we would make it clear there's production leases, assignments, and production lease extension. So a couple of text edits in that section 4, and maybe Ed or somebody can say whether or not there's a version of the board order that allows us to move forward with the changes as discussed in the meeting, and they would make those changes, and then obviously Commissioner Frobe, they would go in front of you before you finally sign off on it. But I don't know if it needs to come back to the full board or not, and I guess that's up to you.
Ed, did you have any opinion on this?
Well, I think it's up to the commissioners of how they want to proceed. I think Elliot's captured, at least as I understand it, the discussion, and if the commissioners all agree with that, I think you can pass a board order that provides that direction, and you know, maybe we add to the board delegation authority a specific reference to the president confirming those changes before signature, and that's one path. It's certainly easy to bring this back in February just to make sure that the revisions meet what each of the commissioners had in mind, and we can do that as well. And have that item so that each of the commissioners can lay their eyes on the revision before final approval. So it's really up to the commissioners how you want to handle it. We just need to be clear so staff knows what to do going forward.
Okay. If my fellow, and I don't know, Josie, if that's a new hand or not.
It is.
Okay, then Josie, proceed, and then I have an idea.
Number one, about public comment. I'm sorry, I don't see that I have access to what the public comment was. So was that on our?
I believe Rachel distributed it.
Was that
Josie,
just recent?
it was sent yesterday, and there was a second email sent with a late submission as well, but I'll go ahead and resend that to you to make sure that you have
And
it.
are you sending it on Gmail? Because my Gmail is not accessible right now. Could you AOL that to me?
I will forward it to your AOL. I did send it to your
Thank
state
you.
email.
And the second is, I just needed clarification. Are you saying that lease extensions, approvals, and assignments will still require board approval in what you summarized, Elliot?
Yes, I was saying that all of the production lease actions would need to go before the board.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to recommend, pending input from the other commissioners, that we manage this issue today with a board order so we do not have to put it back on the agenda for another meeting. We've got a lot of other things we'll be addressing. So, commissioners, is anyone object to verbally modifying this board order to reflect the continued approval of the board for the production lease actions of extensions, assignments, and new production leases, and giving me the responsibility for reviewing the language and ensuring that we achieve that intent in the written board order that I signed.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
I think that'd be fine.
Approach. Okay, good. So may I have a motion to approve the board order with the clarification offered by Assistant Director Hoyt regarding production lease actions?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, commissioners. Let's take a vote. Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Commissioner Scanlon?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Heath?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you, David and staff and commissioners for a robust conversation on this.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All righty, and who might be presenting the policy modification for trust asset management?
I will take that role.
Thank you.
For the record, Elliot Hoyt, Assistant Director, Sustainability and Working Lands. I apologize for not saying that earlier in the meeting when I should have said it before the staff report. Passed my mind. But this is the policy modification of the management of trust assets, policy 100-001. And just to make the point that this is a modification, not a full review and update of the policy, which we will do in the regular 3-year cycle that we do for policy reviews. Really, the point of bringing this before the board is that 2 years ago, authority was given to staff to move forward with approving certain I&D fund expenditures. Over those 2 years, we've reviewed the way that those requests have come in, and we would like to adjust two numbers in that policy. So one is a reduction of the per project limit from $75,000 to $50,000. And the other is an increase in the annual total from $500,000 to $750,000. Anything outside of those parameters would come before the board, as with any of these. The cover sheet has a summary of the 67 projects that were funded over the last 2 years by the different types and description and so forth. An analysis showed that almost all, about 94%, were under $50,000. So seemed like it was adequate to drop that number down. But we did find that while we, of course, kept under the $500,000 cap, because that's the requirement, we did find that there were some requests that we did defer. And so the thought is by bumping that up to 750, we would be able to cover some of the things that come up in business, and not have to push them off to another year because of that, or go through a different process. So with those caveats about why we'd like to adjust those numbers, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have based on the edits proposed.
Thank you. Commissioners, any comments or questions? Do we have any public comments on this agenda topic?
If any attendees would like to make a public comment on this item, please raise your hand. Commissioner Frobe, I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, terrific. We have a board order in our packet. May I have a motion on this board order?
This is Commissioner Chavez. I move we approve the policy modification of management of trust assets 100-001 as described in the board package.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Scanlon. All right, let's have a vote. Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Mr. Scanlon?
Yes.
Mr. Heath? Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Commissioner Heath, are you?
It looks like she may have stepped away for a moment.
Yeah. So chair votes yes, so it carries 4 to, oh, here we go. Commissioner Heath? Oh, I guess we lost her. Well, I think since we have a quorum, we have 4 in favor of the motion, and Commissioner Heath is indisposed at the moment, so the motion carries. And now we have the board leasing agenda. Andy, any highlights you'd like to mention before we vote?
No particular highlights this month, Commissioner. Andy Bissett for the Transactions and Record Services team. We have prepared the January 2025 board leasing agenda for your review and approval. This month we had 4 competitive bids, 2 of which were agriculture and 2 of which were recreation. And then we had 1 new ag lease. So really no highlights. Happy to answer any questions, however, and staff does recommend approval of the January 2025 board leasing agenda.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Any comments from the public on this item?
Attendees that would like to make a comment, please raise your hand. There are no hands raised.
Thank you, Alec. All right. May I have a motion to approve the
Madam
board
Chair,
leasing agenda?
I move that the board approve the board leasing agenda for January 2025 as shown in our board packet.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Scanlon. All right. How do we vote? Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Commissioner Scanlon?
Yes.
Commissioner Heath?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Board leasing agenda is approved.
Thank you.
And the next item is the board minutes from December. A lovely meeting, and unless there are any noted modifications or additions from anyone, the board minutes are considered approved by acclamation. All righty, and now for two quick pieces of additional business. We have a board order for the appointment of Nick Massey as the interim director. I don't know if, I guess there's nobody showing anything here, but you've all seen it, I suppose. So is there any discussion around the board order appointing Nick Massey as interim acting director? Is there any public comment to be considered?
Any attendees that would like to make a public comment on this item, please raise your hand. Commissioner Frobe, I do not see any hands raised.
Thank you. May I have a motion for this to approve this board order?
I move this. I'll do it real quickly. I move that the board appoint Deputy Director Nick Massey as interim director of the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners.
Second. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Scanlon, Commissioner Heath. And for a vote, Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Commissioner Scanlon?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Heath?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you very much, and thanking Nick in absentia for his service. Appreciate it.
I'll let them know.
Good, good. All right. And then the last item is a bit of an open discussion here for the commissioners to perhaps think about and share some thoughts on the types of qualifications, competencies, attributes that we might be seeking in as we construct the job description for the director of the State Land Board recruitment. I took the liberty of jotting some notes down, obviously from my perspective of the the context within which a director is hired for managing the complex operations of the State Land Board as an institution, and posited some of the key components of that set of responsibilities for consideration for the rest of the commissioners. And I believe Nick is going to be sharing that and collecting input from all of the staff so that we may forward that on to Wendy Padilla at the Department of Natural Resources. So, does anybody have any thoughts they'd like to share about things we might be seeking for this leadership role at the Land Board?
Deb, have you, do you want to walk through what you've shared or put together so far, and we could add to that?
Oh, sure. Be happy to do that. The organizational context identified is really the foundation for the process to unfold, which is that the commissioners are charged with hiring the state director subject to the governor's consent. And at this time, there's a fulsome conversation and exchange going on between the Department of Natural Resources as the administrative entity for the State Land Board, myself, and the governor as to how the process itself will actually unfold, all of the details. We expect that following a meeting and the collection of input on the qualifications, that a specific recruitment work plan, if you will be shared with everybody, likely ideally by the end of January, so that the job announcement and the recruitment period can start. So we expect this to be a collaboration with the Director of Natural Resources and his Deputy Operating Officer, Wendy Padilla. And so I think it'll be a great process. One of the key things in a process, besides some of the very granular elements of posting periods and interview structures, etc., is what are we seeking? What is the scope of the responsibilities that this individual has? Bill ably served for 14 years and made a lot of changes in the organization. And now I'd encourage everyone to take a look forward and think about where we are now and what leadership qualities we might want to identify and seek for where the land board goes next. And I've highlighted some areas of the responsibilities because it is, in fact, a fairly complex set of responsibilities. There's the scope of what we really are, which differentiates us from the Department of Natural Resource, other operating divisions. We are an intergenerational trust with fiduciary responsibilities for beneficiaries in perpetuity. That does take an individual understanding and appreciating the complexity of managing assets, generating revenue, and making decisions, and the implications for those decisions across this sort of temporal spectrum of public education, the needs and wants and of those beneficiaries. So that's really important. So that's why I've highlighted that. It's requires some financial acumen, investment awareness, understanding the impacts of an entire trust of assets that are intended to be generating revenue, how that revenue is distributed. So there's a lot in there, and in most searches you can't find a candidate who has all the qualifications you're seeking. And so I'd encourage us all to look at the way the commission is comprised with different sets of expertise, the expertise at the Division of Natural Resources, that all of those can help support a successful candidate in leading this institution. They don't have to have it all. But these are some very important aspects that we would want a leader to be able to consider and manage and lead from. The other things, as we well know, is that there are a wide array of diverse partners, stakeholders, regulatory bodies, state agencies that have different interests, understandings, and opportunities with the state land board. So an individual who has experience working with, developing relationships with, articulating and communicating reciprocally with all these different groups would seem to be a skill that we'd be interested in, demonstrated experience in doing this. So I think experience in this regard is really, could be quite important for us as we consider who might lead us forward. And then finally, you know, as the staff knows, and Nick Massey and Elliot, as the leadership within the staff know, this is a complex business operation. You've got relational folks on the ground dealing with all manner of issues. You've got a huge administrative data collection, records management function. We've got expertise we need to lead these various business lines. That's a lot of different talent, locating and operating in different places, and keeping a spirit of camaraderie and culture and alignment on the big goals and the need to communicate across business lines. leading an organization, a dynamic organization like this, I believe would suggest we need someone with some pretty substantial and successful management experience with complex organizations. There's also the matter then of political awareness and staying in tune with what the state priorities are, what the governor's priorities are, the various issues that are happening at the Division of Natural Resources, and how those issues may shape or constrain us or open new opportunities for us, including new business lines or new partnerships or new sources of data and information for making decisions. So it's really, it's a really challenging, robust, and interesting job. And I wonder, I've listed some of the current organizational priorities as I, oh, sorry, the dog walker's showing up. As I've seen and observed them, and would offer for anyone to amend, modify, or expand upon those. And I'll stop for a minute and see if how you all, think about these components. Have I missed something? Are there other priorities that we should be identifying? And are there any particular skills or experiences you think we should be focused on?
I had raised my hand before, but Christine, you had asked the question before, if you want to jump in, and I'll go after you.
Yeah, no, just real quickly, I think so I'm understanding, Deb, ultimately we'll come up with these attributes that we think are important. They will be translated into a job description of sorts that then the state will use as a recruitment tool for us to then, and solicit candidates, and then for us to then review those. And the responsibility of the commissioners is to work through a slate of candidates, come up with a final two. Is that in the two or more to present to the governor for final selection? I just wanted to clarify the process with you.
Yes, and the clarification that you're seeking and I'm seeking is elusive at this point. So the input in the discussion today about attributes and sharing our priorities around what types of qualifications we would prioritize, and having an open conversation now is useful. The commissioners forwarding on their specific ideas and insights on the qualifications, forwarding those to Wendy. That is a request by close of business on Monday. Again, your highlights, whatever, and if you have things after that, please feel free to share them with Wendy. And then Wendy, the Department of Natural Resources director, and myself will work on the final position description. As to the process and how many candidates end up being interviewed and how many end up going to the governor, all of those that's a process that we're still developing.
Okay, and just a finer point of clarification, I'm happy to turn it to Aaron and Josie. So is this conversation where we can come up with the attributes we're looking for that can be shared with Wendy, or do we have to email her individually? I guess I'm a little confused as to how she's, it seems like we're here on the screen together. You've listed a lot of things. If we could add to that, could that just suffice to go to her as our input? Or
yes, it could. Okay. I wanted to make sure that you all knew that you had the ability, should there be things that we didn't cover here or additional illumination you wanted to make, that you have an open opportunity to send that to Wendy. But today's discussion is to kind of see if we're aligned on those types of experience, qualifications, and attributes. So if we can do it in this meeting, that's terrific.
Thank you.
Let's see, Commissioner Clark, I think you had something.
Yeah, there's Aaron and then Josie.
Yeah, thank you. Excuse me. And thank you, Commissioner Frobe, for, launching all of this and providing us with an initial foundation and how to frame this. Some of my just initial thinking that I'm just speaking out loud, kind of what's floating around in my head currently is, my only experience with this land board has been under Bill Ryan's leadership. So I'm working really hard not to, only define the role based on that person. And I'm curious, completely agree with your point that this is such a dynamic organization. There's so many different things. So there's not going to be it would be a unicorn that
yes,
has the depth of knowledge and expertise in every one of the elements of the organization, of the role. But as you started the meeting as well, and I think we've all acknowledged kind of the level of professionalism that comes across with the whole staff, and that it feels like there are a lot of important things that from an organizational structure standpoint are in place. So I think where I'm trying to look is, again, this is me just sharing where I am right now, and I want to, just for others to pick at, is finding someone who's not going to flip over this ship as it's sailing right now. But, there's a lot of amazing things in place. Sometimes you're looking for a new leader who's going to be a change agent, who's really in a change management kind of space. It feels like a lot of those things have already occurred, and it's kind of refining them, and but there's a lot of good, I think, there. Want to understand the staff's perspective on that, but that's the perspective from this commissioner. So then looking at who's going to respect that, maintain that, add their own pieces to it, but really, what are those next things that we need to be looking at? And are there things that maybe we haven't had an opportunity to delve into that we could with this new leader? Is it around some of the policy, political things? Is it obviously more on the making sure that we are still pushing hard on financial pieces, creativity there. And so, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm just trying to understand is kind of what is that next era that this person needs to be guiding the organization into, that maybe, looking at every situation as an opportunity. So we didn't expect for Bill to be gone at this point. With that being said, with this being the reality, what now is the opportunity that is opened up with where we want to go moving forward?
And I think that that's a very important observation, that right now there's a lot of things about the State Land Board that are working very well. This is not a change management moment. This is not a venture capital investment. This is more like a private equity opportunity where you're looking for how can you do things better? How can you do them more efficiently and effectively? How can you make tweaks to bring everyone along to create more value, whatever, or impact, whatever it is. So I think unless other commissioners disagree, I think that that's an apt description of the organization as a mature organization, but there are opportunities to continue to drive impact and value creation for our beneficiaries. So a seasoned leader of a mature organization rather than a tech founder. Josie.
Yes, thank you. Of course, as is obvious, this is before we're moving on our strategic plan. And therefore, it feels like what we put into that job description ought to be broad enough that as we move perhaps new priorities, that person can be someone who has a demonstrated experience working with a complex organization so that they can adapt whatever we come up with in our new plan. And that seems like kind of an overall goal for an attribute for this new leader. I do feel strongly that on our current organizational priorities, should we put something out like your 6 points, that we must have in there agriculture. It's core to our constitutional mission, and therefore I think those words need to be in there. And as it's interpreted, whether it's land use or some other related thing, but I think those words need to be among our organizational priorities. And in looking at those, and I know we don't probably want to nitpick each of them, but when we talk about expanding connections with the educational community, again, going back to the Constitution and our mandates, we continue to balance our financial responsibilities to education as long as with our stewardship. But as I read the educational mandates, and I believe it's around maintenance of school properties. And if others are interpreting that differently, this would be a good time to talk about it, because I appreciate that it means that we have access to land that school children could visit and learn more about ranching and land and regeneration, et cetera. But I think I would want to know more about what you mean about expanding the connection with the educational community, because I've always thought that our role was around sort of the bricks and mortar part of the educational community. And that might be worth discussing now, because if there's a broader interpretation of that, it would be good to know that.
A good point. Maybe before I respond, Commissioner Scanlon, you have some thoughts on that?
Yeah, and Ed can help us with clarifying this. But I think I like that because it's not just the best program. Our trust is in support of the permanent funds in support of public education and school children in this state. And that is broader. I think one of the things that Bill did really well was maintain relationships with the educational community. And I note that because, as you know, on occasion, our funding, and this has been modified and helped a great deal because of Bill's work with the legislature and the treasurer, has been swept by the legislature. And having those relationships with the education community helps to preserve why those funds are needed to support education best specifically, but also more broadly. So I appreciate what you're saying, Josie. I think agriculture is a top priority, but recognizing we're a mission-driven organization in support of school children across the state, and that is an education, that's a translation of education, I think is really important. The relationships at the Capitol across different interest groups that we work with, including the diversity of ag interest groups, every from the cattlemen's and ranchers and farmers and all of the above to education interest-based groups. Bill had a real knack for maintaining those. I would add the education and outreach that we have done under Bill's leadership across the state, just letting people know what the land board is, what it does, and why the work is important. It has to be maintained as a priority. When I came in the legislature, it was a pretty siloed organization, candidly, and that has changed dramatically in terms of particularly our traveling the state and the ongoing relationships that Bill and the team maintained, whether it's with county commissioners, lessees, other folks. I think it's a priority that we continue to do that. And let's not forget that we now are in the affordable housing world as well. That's a whole different set of interests that we have found in the last few years. So I really support the complex organization kind of goal in showing some vision to Commissioner Clark's perspective of we're initiating a strategic plan or a vision document. And we know oil and gas revenues will be declining in the future at some point in time, and having some vision around how do we position this organization for the next, few decades is no small undertaking. So I just want to echo, Deb. I think your comprehensive view of things, I really think is important. I second wholeheartedly Josie's commitment to agriculture, but I don't want to lose sight of the mission that drives us, and it is education based.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I just, I felt like I think the involvement with the education community, as you discussed, is important. I just wanted to make sure that the board ourselves were more closely defining what that first point meant.
Yes, and Christine, you actually summarized it better than I ever could, because that is not a community I'm particularly involved with. But I had noted that because as we look forward and we're sort of refining rather than upheaving the organization, that I think it's important that the beneficiaries themselves also maybe better understand the intergenerational nature of our responsibility and how all of the decisions about the whole trust really come together and deliver on this constitutional mandate. And it's a complicated one, even for the beneficiaries, who I'm not sure really understand always all those tensions within the mandate. So that's what I was highlighting. And ag, I didn't call that out because we do such a good job at it now. We can refine it, we'll continue to grow it, but that's why I didn't put it on there. Not that it isn't very, very important, but more that as a new effort, I feel like we have done a less better job with our beneficiaries than we have with our stakeholders like the ag and energy and mineral communities. Any other thoughts? So part of it is I'm hearing, and I would love to know maybe from you, Philip, or anyone else, that I think we really want a seasoned leader of a complex organization. I think creativity demonstrated, this is easy to say, like the word innovation, we use it all the time, but when trying to find a leader, I think we want to look for someone who has experience that is real around creatively solving issues, creating value, making the pie bigger, thinking creatively about how we can take what we already do and amplify the impact in ways that are not linear, that are by looking at a system differently, or by, being aware of different innovations somewhere that saves us money and causes us to do better, and therefore more money flows to beneficiaries. So I think some of those qualities about creativity, innovation are really important for this next phase.
And I think entrepreneurial. I mean, that's one thing I was my first meeting, I was just like, wow, this is remarkable, a state agency in essence. And it was the entrepreneurial spirit. Really, it's amazing, and it's kept me excited. And to this day, and obviously that's my experience, or most of our experience was him at the helm. How do we clone Bill? Or where did he actually come from? He was a developer, right? In that field. I mean, it's
in real estate and financial.
That's
the baker and on boards related to real estate.
Yeah.
I want to just chime in with something. I don't know what the role of the staff will be in this process. I guess that is yet to be determined, or if there will be a representative view of that. But in December we celebrated longevity, and how many people have spent their careers at the land board. And CEO leadership changes are a huge inflection point for an organization. And candidly, it can really mess things up if you don't do it well. And we have a pretty well working agency, especially in state government, if I can say so candidly. in preserving, this is a leadership and management role. And the management is reflected in the leader's style and way of engaging. And I think it's really important that we preserve the importance of the staff's both view, but also maintain what is working best to keep people in this agency for so long. So I just don't want to lose sight of that. I realize that's a complicated thing. Sometimes how do you inject the staff's view or perspective into a hiring process for a CEO? But I think it's important that we think about that.
Absolutely. Particularly, again, as we've all sort of touched on in different ways, this is a relatively mature organization.
Yeah.
And therefore, what the folks within it feel is necessary is a really important part of what we should be seeking. And I don't have specifics from Nick. I'm hoping to follow up with him later this afternoon, but to ensure that he is able to gather and carry the various dimensions and factors and considerations that the staff would want to be reflected in the search.
And I know this is a national search, and I think that's a good thing, but some real understanding of Colorado is important.
Yeah.
And, you know, we're, I think, Aaron, you said a unicorn because, you know, we're kind of nonprofit, we're mission driven, we're quasi-government under a government agency. We run like a business, candidly. So it's looking for a lot of different things. But it's a pretty darn cool organization. I don't want to mess it up. It's our job not to mess it up.
That's exactly right. And that's why I just want to echo, well, everything that's been said, but that piece about the staff is just, you know, I want to make sure that the staff knows how much the commissioners support them and respect what they have to say in this whole process. That, you know, we're the ones making this decision and kind of going through it in this way, but that it is absolutely on their behalf, and that the intention is to make sure that there's a leader that is going to work well with them, and not that we're here to upset the apple cart and shake everything up. It really is to understand from them what they love about this organization, what keeps them here this long, and make sure that we're finding a leader that's going to honor and maintain those things, while also, I think those key words that have been said here: entrepreneurial, creative, vision. One thing I want to say here before I have to jump, and because this is my last few months on this board, something that it gets to the conversation a bit that was discussed just a few minutes ago, in terms of, I've always felt a little bit frustrated in, I don't want us to box ourselves in to say that we are just looking at the bricks and mortar of education. It is a broad mandate as far as I see. It's like, support the public school children of the state. Like, that could look like so many different things. And so I'm curious to hear what some of the, you know, a new leader's ideas might be around how else us generating these revenues supports the school children of the state. It's obviously very important that to support building new facilities and repairing facilities, but there are so many ways. Again, I view affordable housing in ways as supporting education in terms of making sure that, you know, those are the kids living in affordable housing who are most likely to go to the public schools. You know, and just helping to stabilize communities so that they can keep the kids in the schools that we're helping to build in those communities, like those types of things. And so I just think it would be, that's something that I know I'd be very interested to see, and just have a leader that's, thinking, maybe pushing us in some ways too.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Josie, did you have a hand up?
I do. As both Christine and Aaron suggested, I indeed support the idea that we want to hear these staff suggestions. And it feels like we also want to do that as we're beginning to formulate where we want to go with the strategic plan. And I don't know if there's a process where we can talk about what's working well, but also what they see as opportunities. I don't want to muddle this too much because we need to do this piece first, but it is really important to think about not only what makes things work well now, but what are some opportunities that staff can see for us along this broader mission that we're all, I think, around. I think we're all coalesced around this idea of being entrepreneurial in pursuit of the mission. And believe me, there's no bigger, well, I shouldn't say that. I'm a big supporter of public education and all the things we can do to increase support for that. So, but we need to be really focused about what that means. And so I guess I want to just close by saying the staff input to this is really important about why this organization has retained people, why it's working well, and also because they're very close, that they can give us insight about opportunities.
I completely agree. As a note, I'd like to see how the rest of the commissioners feel about this in some conversations over the last couple of days that I've had with Nick, and I think Elliot was part of it too, but looking at sort of all the things going on, the recruitment for the director, the recruitment for some open positions, including the assistant director position that's still vacant that we really need to have filled. There was a thought that I tend to support, which is to move to not launch the strategic plan refresh right now, but to do it once a new leader's on board. Because I think if I'm an executive being recruited, and I think Aaron and I maybe had a chat about this, I would want to have a hand in the next 5-year strategic plan. So I would love to hear some discussion from the other commissioners about the notion that we delay the launch of the strategic plan process until we have a new head.
I don't agree with that. I think that makes perfect sense.
100%. I think it'd be weird, frankly, to do it otherwise. I also want to just add, we're in capable hands with Nick and Elliot in particular at the helm. I want to make sure we take the right time with this process to get the right person. And while there is urgency, and Deb, it was important you mentioned, we actually have 2 open roles. I'm mindful of that, but I mean, this hasn't happened in 14 years. So let's make sure that we're taking the time we need to do this work well. And Elliot, please share with Nick how grateful I am that or we all are, that both of you are at the helm and leading this. And Deb, what timing we had in electing you president. That worked out really supremely well. But I'm grateful as well to your, I know this is going to be a big lift for you as well. So thank you.
Thank you. And I concur. I mean, this is a very important opportunity for all of us. So, and I have been told that the Division of Natural Resources supports us and wants the commissioners to have the time and the organization to have the time to find the right candidate.
Yeah.
Are there any other, how do you all feel about the need for someone to have, Bill had a very stout background in kind of trust assets, investments, management that really complemented those responsibilities around an intergenerational trust and a diverse set of assets, generating returns and how to invest things, etc. Any thoughts on the requirement that somebody has a financial background of some sort and can understand how to run a business or understand investment theories or investment practices?
I'll just add, the director sits in on the permanent fund investment board meetings. So having some understanding, candidly, I relied on Bill a lot for that. That is not my background. So some understanding of that would be helpful. And a deeper understanding we'll have to find, because it really, really is important, actually, if it's, you know, wherever that might sit within the organization. But we need to have that voice, particularly on the board. And Deb, I know you're there now, so you can speak to that as well. But Bill was a huge asset for that work.
Yeah, yes, he was. Any other thoughts on, I feel like, so in hiring generally, you know, as you go out on your search, and again, we'd all like to hire a unicorn, and we never do. The Nature Conservancy is absolutely famous for this kind of drafting of unicorn positions. But we really usually differentiate between what's minimum and required and what's desired qualifications. I submit that having a good understanding and being comfortable with financial matters, markets, and investments is actually a required qualification, but the rest of you may disagree with me on that. So I guess I'm probing for that differentiation amongst the commissioners.
I think I support that as a requirement. I don't know exactly how that would be drafted in terms of, because maybe it's someone who's been in an organization that has also had to invest in things, or bit like it's, so not that you have to have been a CFO or been doing the investments, that you have definitely been around it enough that you understand the concepts and can, and if there's something you need to fill in, you know enough to know who to bring with you to do that. But I do agree that, yeah, that the financial acumen, this is ultimately stewarding a trust and all the different business lines and the revenues that have to be generated and those types of things, that is critically important.
Well, we saw that translated, Elliot, in the work with affordable housing. The Dow Junction deal was no small thing to put together as a package. And that kind of experience really helped. For example.
What I'm also curious about, that I mentioned this to you the other day, in terms of just like, what has the primary qualification been for some past directors? Like, what have been some of the different things that have, like, before Bill, was there someone else who was as focused on financial stewardship and investments, or was it a different focus? I'm just curious kind of how we've evolved as an organization, and maybe what we've seen in the past that we're like, you know what, that really doesn't work. Let's not do that again. In addition to what we know we want to see going forward.
Right. And I did get from Wendy, let me just, the original job description, I think, under which they hired Bill. Let me just see what was put in here. It's interesting. We're calling out a lot of knowledge of state, federal, and local programs. I would not write a job description this way, but state, federal, local programs, zoning laws, land use, mineral, energy, land exchanges, knowledge of the legislative process, policies, state long-range planning, state's institutional framework, long-range planning, policy review, departmental policies and procedures, knowledge of natural resources management, state fiscal personal rulemaking procedures, real estate and construction, knowledge of real estate and construction processes, ability to influence others, knowledge of supervisory techniques.
Like influence them positively.
Yeah,
I
like-
hope. Like a lot.
Yeah. Education equivalent to a degree in public or business administration, economics, land or resource management. And then 6 to 10 years of high-level administrative experience in administrative management, resource management, major program formulation. So,
So we're starting over.
I think so.
I mean, it's good to know that
I
from
just
now
gotta tell you,
we got someone as good as Bill, but yeah, we can do better.
I think we can do some work with the, so it doesn't specifically call out like an investment, it calls out, understanding fiscal things. I think it's bigger than that. And I would argue, not argue, but I would say that if one is comfortable and has the skills to understand the implications of business decisions, investments, revenue generation, the more understanding you have, my experience has been that the more creative you can be about shaping programs and opportunities that deliver on both the financial premise, but also to some of these broader impacts that we're talking about. Because if you don't know your way around it, you're pretty stuck in a black and white, is the revenue up or is it down? Is it this? As opposed to thinking holistically about the system and how you can be very creative. Because I think creativity is really something that would make a difference here.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think as we talk about financial acumen, I mean, we want that generally, and I would say including understanding of asset allocation and investments. I think the reason that we've highlighted that in 2 places is that maybe truthfully we were playing to a deficit. If we had that working like it should have, I don't know that we would have mentioned that. But I think the overall financial acumen is really important in terms of business management and investments are a part of it. I do want to have a change of direction just for a moment. What's the salary range that is being suggested on this, and who determines that?
It is not finalized at all because, well, they're let me see how I say this. It's under discussion, and there will be substantial influence, and Ed, you can chime in here. There will be substantial input from the Division of Natural Resources regarding where this salary fits within the portfolio of other directors. And I've urged that we consider the nature of this institution and the various aspects of it might influence what the salary would be. But in the end, DNR will have quite a bit to say about that. Ed?
Again, I don't think the range has been settled on, but DNR has been pretty clear that it needs to fit in with the general scope of other division director salaries and meet the equal pay for equal work goals that the state has, both in DNR and throughout the state. And so that does provide some guardrails on both low end and high end of compensation. There definitely have been discussions about the uniqueness of this position, and I think, as DNR pointed out, every state agency views their leadership in somewhat of a unique quality, so that some of those discussions were not as persuasive as perhaps we'd like to think they would be. But yes, so there's a lot of parameters. I'm not sure. I think both Deb and I are unsure whether we can put any numbers out there in the public right now, so I don't want to do that. But it would be, so this is probably not a very helpful answer, but it would be within the range of what, or at least relationally to what other division directors are receiving.
I hear that, understand it. Well, know there's politics behind these things as well. I will just want to share my support of you all in continuing what you're trying to do, which is, differentiate. The State Land Board is not simply a division of DNR. And so that's just, it just feels like, yeah, we're going to keep hitting kind of a bit of a wall.
And I would note, I'm not sure that we have anyone from DNR still on to hear some of this discussion, which would be good. I think it would be helpful for those of you who are considering to reach out and send some of these comments to DNR. It would be helpful for you to, Deb has been a eloquent advocate for these issues, and but it's helpful to be able to demonstrate that it's not just her, that the rest of the commissioners think this is a search that will take time to find the right candidate, and that some of these goals are shared, or these goals are shared throughout the commissioners, and including that the nature of the job may mean that compensation should be viewed, to use a word that we've talked about, should be viewed creatively in terms of trying to find the right executive leadership that the organization is looking for. And I don't know where those comments will necessarily go to, but I think it would be helpful for the organization to indicate that those are goals that are shared throughout the commissioners.
Yes, please. That's very useful, even if it's just a quick email on any particular aspect of this discussion that you want to reinforce. That would be useful. And I guess finally, not finally, but one other kind of big area that looms, and I don't know some of the earlier directors, but Bill certainly, as noted in the job description I just read, did have a real estate and land use experience base, and that has been very useful. And so, we have a great real estate team that can help supplement that. That's actually matured and in its knowledge base and its impact. So that may be less important now than it was before. But I'd love to hear anyone's thoughts about whether that, coming from a real estate or land use, not construction, but real estate or land use background, is that a requirement or desirable? Depends on everything else we get? How do y'all feel about that?
I think it's pretty high on the list. You know, we do a lot of real estate transactions, whether that's land or assets, housing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking kind of just asset management, like having that as a perspective of it's a large portfolio of properties that are owned. And so somebody does need to understand those basic transactional pieces, but specifics of zoning, things like that, I don't, I wouldn't see as critical, but just understanding basics of land values and transactional principles based in land.
I like that term, asset management. Go ahead.
Excuse me. I see Ed's hand up.
Yeah. I didn't want to interrupt, but I may be the only person who's worked with every director since Amendment 16. There's not necessarily a common thread of success. There've been, with one exception, all the directors have been very successful in their own ways, and they've come from a lot of different backgrounds. There have been policy folks working with we had one director who came from a background of working with city and county advocacy management organizations. We've had a couple of lawyers with natural resources backgrounds. I think all these qualities, you want to be open to sort of where the candidate comes from without hemming it in. The one thing I would say, the one director that I would say failed or really struggled was an inability to work with people, and that was evidenced in both an inability to work with and build team with staff, and also to work with and build team with the then commissioners. And that director probably was not really around long enough, but their inability to build teams and connections and working relationships with the broader constituency would have been seen eventually, whether that constituency is the governor's office, DNR, and the various partnership constituencies that we're familiar with: education community, ranching community, farming community, minerals community, all those types of constituencies that you guys work with routinely. That set of interpersonal skills was really important. And how you identify that and highlight it, I want to get out of this process quicker than I'm sounding like I do, but that was the one person who really struggled. And there have been a wide variety of backgrounds that were successful as directors, absent that.
Going back to that was great, Ed. The asset management, land, and I think our intergenerational mission is where's wealth been created in this country historically? It's been land. It's the farmers that had land and built high rises, aside from oil and gas and everything. But that's we have a lot of land, and how do we take advantage of that and look to the future and exploit those, find value. I think I don't remember who said that. How do we find value in our assets? And land is where it is. So I would put a high on the list anyways.
Thanks. Well, Christine?
Well, Josie was first.
Oh,
And I'll
okay.
let her go, and then I think we should wrap up pretty quickly. Josie?
No, I would just say, I think as I listened to everyone, the discussion about whether real estate should be a point leads me to think maybe we need to think about broader themes like financial acumen, including real estate investments, asset, et cetera. And another being management skills, their interpersonal relationships, et cetera. And then leadership skills, because, there's a difference between being somebody who does a nice job schmoozing with a lot of different departments than a person who works well within the staff and builds a team. And so maybe thinking about those kind of broader themes, including points, would help make sure that we get the right kind of folks thinking about it.
Thanks, Josie. I think that's helpful. Okay,
Yeah.
I've got some good notes here. I would encourage folks to please don't hold back, send emails. Wendy Padilla, I think if you need an email, I guess it's probably somewhere, or I can share it, or I guess.
Can you just share that again
Yeah.
with the
Yeah,
doc?
maybe
Just in
I'll
info
have,
so that we can fix it out.
yeah, I'll have Rachel send it out to everybody. That would be good. Great. So let's
Deb, you're gonna write a unicorn job description. And then I just want to echo what Ed said. I think the land board's a team sport. We need people who function really, this is an environment they thrive in. And I think we have to be open to different kinds of backgrounds, recognizing how we prioritize those against a candidate's resume.
Yes.
So thanks, Ed.
Great conversation. Thank you all for engaging. And now I think awkwardly we are going into executive session, so I'm going to give it to Ed to.
And I'm actually going to have to hop off before
Okay.
that. So thanks, everyone.
Commissioner Clark, thanks for staying on, and I'm
Yep.
so glad you could move your meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, great seeing you.
Thank you too. Bye, guys.
So this is Ed Hamrick. I'm Assistant Attorney General, and we're going to request to go in executive session. But I just want to make sure that the attendees know, because normally we do this before the board really opens up. So I just want to give everybody some heads up that this will be a discussion of legal matters for the board and attorney-client communication. And so we'll basically be terminating the meeting, and if people aren't, I see people disconnecting from it on their own, but we'll be disconnecting people from the meeting to allow for a confidential discussion about current litigation as noticed in the agenda. So please be understanding if we disconnect you forcefully from the meeting. And then I'm not sure, Alec, are you on point for switching us into a confidential Zoom meeting context?
No, that'll be Rachel. And I'm going to
Rachel?
hop off after
Ed, if
after
you
we
could
switch over.
just give me 1 second here. I've got to end the recording and we'll get it.
We need a motion though first, right, Ed?
Yeah, no, I'll do all that. I
Okay.
just want to make sure we're got on the technical side. It looks to me like we've largely everybody who's not at least staff members has jumped off. So
Ed, just give me 1 second. I got to stop the recording and restart it. So just one moment.